and welcome to Day 2 of the 1996 Simulated National Republican Convention at North Penn High School. Before we get underway with today's events, we want to recap for you some of yesterday's events. The main topic of yesterday's discussion was the platform of the Republican Party. Some of the planks discussed were abortion, illegal substances, education, family values, gun control, and welfare. Also, a lot on procedure yesterday, and again, we'll be helping you along with that today. At the beginning of the day, there were welcomes from the National Committee Chairperson, Ms. Alma Jacobs, the Governor of Pennsylvania, Dr. Juan Bon, the Chairman of Taliesin Township, Mr. David Ornato, and the temporary chairman, Mr. Christopher Cushman. Our permanent chairman, Brian Questad, was elected. Also, yesterday at the convention, at the end of the day, the students were surveyed on their views on critical issues facing the nation. More on that later. A very exciting day yesterday, and proved to be much more exciting day, possibly.
Yes, very exciting. The climax of the convention coming today, where we will actually get into the process of nominating a candidate for the President of the United States. All starting right now. The seating of the delegates has pretty much taken place. There will be a call to order as yesterday, and at 8:25, we'll get right into it. The nomination and seconding speeches for the President of the United States. Delegates will again return to their caucuses for nomination, come back to the auditorium, and place their ballots. Right now, let's send it down to the convention floor. Asher and Jesse Bernstein standing by with their take.
Welcome back to the floor for Day 2 of the 1996 Republican National Convention. I'm Asher Laverty.
And I'm Jesse Bernstein. And as you can see behind us, Mr. Finnemeyer is welcoming the delegates back and is informing them about what the afternoon is going to look like. Today is the day when the delegates nominate President and Vice President who's going to run against Bill Clinton all the way to the White House. As Mr. Finnemeyer has just reminded the delegates, the nominee needs 750 votes to win the nomination. So we'll see.
Yes, it's very exciting. Yesterday, the states were in caucuses. They went over the platforms, and many planks were debated here. Planks such as abortion, crime,
education.
Education was a very big one that was brought up again here on the floor.
And welfare.
Yes, welfare was also debated pretty heavily, and a lot of that was tied into the budget debate, which was something that came up out of parliamentary procedure, but that's one that I believe will be focused on when the candidates' campaign chairmen speak today, and we'll see all of those speeches a little later.
Yes. And certainly if Florida has their way, the budget will come up again.
Yes.
Let's send it back up to the studio now with Joel and Trish.
Okay, thanks a lot, Jesse. Their take on today's events, as you see, alluding to some of the platform problems we had yesterday. A number of things didn't get talked about, but hopefully we'll be able to bring them back up today. But maybe not now. Let's go over to Studio B. Hashish Desai and Maureen Peters standing by with their take.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Joel and Trish. Welcome back to the final and most exciting day of the Simulated National Republican Convention taking place at North Penn Senior High School. Today, the nomination for the Republican Party for the President of the United States will take place, and it will be either Christine Whitman, Pat Buchanan, Jack Kemp, Colin Powell, Lamar Alexander, Bob Dole, Steve Forbes, or Alan Keyes. In addition, the vice presidential running mate nomination will also occur. And stay tuned here for more exciting interviews and updates, live interviews and feeds. It's going to be very exciting. Today's the day. If you missed yesterday, you want to watch today. Reporting from Studio B, I'm Ashish Desai.
And I'm Maureen Peters.
Let's send it back to Joel and Trish.
Right now, we're going to send it down to the floor. Asher, Jesse?
Welcome back to the floor, where the delegates are hearing the national anthem.
Yes.
Today.
And as Mr. Fairmont was just telling the delegates, whoever wins the nomination today, Chairman Questad is going to send a letter out to them and invite them to come and speak here at North Penn.
Yeah.
So
we certainly hope that whoever is nominated will come and speak to the delegates. I'm sure it will be a big event if someone like that was able to attend. And again, who knows who will be nominated? I mean, we will not be able to tell until later today when the voting happens.
Yes, and up for nomination today are such hopefuls as Colin Powell, Bob Dole, Alan Keyes. We have Pat Buchanan. Dan Quayle, I believe, is in the running today.
Yeah.
Christy Todd Whitman. And I
The
understand,
only woman in the race, I believe.
Yes, and I understand that Mr. Finnemeyer might even be nominated.
I would have to cast my vote for him if he was running.
Yes, indeed.
Absolutely.
Back to you, Joel and Trish.
Hi.
Okay, thanks a lot down there on the floor. Maybe we can throw it back over to Studio B as it's for a second. Let me just, the candidates, Christine Todd Whitman, Pat Buchanan, Jack Kemp, Colin Powell, Lamar Alexander, Bob Dole, Steve Forbes, and Alan Keyes. Your front runner.
I think out of those candidates, Bob Dole, Pat Buchanan, and Steve Forbes tend to be the front runners, although Alan Keyes seems to be gaining some popularity among the delegates, which remains to be seen. Maureen, what do you think?
I agree with that, especially in this situation. It's a little bit harder to say because there are so many candidates running, but I agree that definitely Dole and Buchanan are definitely the front runners in this.
Yes, Joel and Trish, what do you think? What's your take on it?
Well, actually right now we have the Finnemeyer interview ready for you right now, so we're going to go there now.
Hello, I'm Jim Finnemeyer, Coordinator of Student Activities here at North Penn High School. We welcome you to viewing the simulated Republican National Convention held by our students here at the high school on March 13th and 14th, 1996. The convention developed from an idea back in 1976 from a group of government students here at North Penn High School. Beginning with that convention in 1976, the Social Studies Department has done conventions such as this every 4 years, this being the 6th in a series of conventions. We've been very fortunate in that when we began selecting the conventions, we began by selecting the party that was out of office in 1976, the Democratic Party, to do our very first convention. In alternating between Democrats and Republicans every 4 years, it brings us to this convention today. Again, like every one of the other conventions, a convention for the party who is not holding the White House at the present time. We hope that you enjoy watching our students as they debate a series of critical issues facing the nation. The opening of our convention here on Wednesday will feature a number of political speakers that we've invited from the Republican Party here in Montgomery County. That will be followed by various convention rules and convention procedures, the election of a permanent chairman for the convention, one of our seniors, Brian Questat. Students will also be breaking for caucus meetings, small group meetings. Caucus meetings for groups as small as American Samoa with 2 delegates at our convention. Or caucus meetings for California for 132 students in 1 meeting. These caucuses combine various social studies classes from juniors and seniors in our building. The students in their caucus time will be debating a platform, a 27-part platform written by some of our senior government students and reviewed by various other student groups here in the building over the past month. Certainly we will not be able to discuss all the issues on that 27-part platform. Our delegation chairmen have selected probably 10 or 12 key issues that they believe students will be most interested in discussing. Beginning on Wednesday morning, in caucuses, those discussions will be held. After a 45-minute caucus session, students will be coming back to our auditorium. We will be involving over 1,600 students in this process. Our auditorium has been decorated to look like a convention center. Microphones are placed on the main floor and in the balcony so that students have access to those microphones so that they may debate, amend, and certainly discuss various issues facing the country. At the conclusion of each time block for debate, there will be a vote taken as to whether or not our North Penn students would like to put this in the Republican platform. Following lunch, our students will return back to the auditorium and will be having additional platform debates and platform discussions. At the end of our day, we'll have all of our students returning to their homerooms, at which point they will be filling out a survey on how they feel personally about 10 or 12 issues facing the country. We hope to release this survey to the media. Day 2 of our convention will feature the process of nominating a President and Vice President of the United States. Over the past 4 weeks, we have had campaigns being run and organized here at North Penn High School for about 9 Republican candidates. Some of them are names known to you as contenders for the presidency at this time. Others, legitimate Republicans, have also been selected by some of our students as individuals that they would like to campaign for. Individuals such as Dan Quayle, Colin Powell, Jack Kemp, Christy Todd Whitman are some of the additional individuals that we expect to have nominated on Thursday as part of the convention. Following the nomination process, a roll call of the states, speeches for those various candidates, our students again will go into caucus sessions and will decide how they want to vote on the first ballot. We'll have a teller's board on the main stage to be able to keep tally of how the votes go. The official vote count is 1,548 voting delegates as the convention. 750 votes will be necessary to elect a president and then vice president of the United States. That's what the convention will look like as we proceed throughout the day on Thursday. In addition to our student delegates who are voting delegates, we have an entire staff of students who have organized various aspects of this convention. Secondly, we have a group of sergeant of arms who are our own security force for the convention that you would see in any convention hall. Our students enjoy the idea of somewhat playing the role of the Secret Service. We've invited the media here, and we're very, very anxious to show off the many, many good things our students have done as they prepared for this exciting opportunity that comes once every 4 years. Some of our goals for this activity include acquainting our students with the entire political process in this very highly political season. We also hope that we are giving them a really great opportunity to discuss critical issues facing the country in 1996. Certainly, we want them to see how difficult it is at times to compromise some of their views, to deal for votes for one candidate or another, or one issue and another, as they barter back and forth to make the ultimate decisions on who will be their nominees. The end result is that we hope that all of our students are better acquainted with issues and the political process. And certainly, we hope that those students who are either 18 years of age at the present time or soon to be 18 years of age this year will be stimulated to register and to vote in either the primary or in the general election in November. We'll be doing an entire voter registration campaign here at North Penn High School next week as a follow-up to this convention, as we hope to energize our students in the political process. I hope you enjoy what you are about to see today and throughout the convention process. Thank you for watching.
Thank you very much, Mr. Finnemeyer. We're going to send it down to the floor now, where they're in the middle of roll call of states for nominations. Asher, Jesse?
And we're back here at the floor where they're taking roll call right now. What's happening is each state has a chance to come up to the microphone and either name the nomination, in other words, let the chairman know that they want to nominate someone for the candidate for the nomination, or they pass, in which case that means that they don't have anyone that they wish to nominate.
Yeah, and it's been pretty mixed. Many states have wanted to nominate someone, so it might be a very large field when it comes time for voting. I'd like to mention that earlier the band performing the national anthem was made up of students and faculty members, Dr. Giersch, Mr. Heller, Mr. Frederick, and Mr. Roger. All faculty members here at North Penn High School are playing an instrument in the band this morning.
Our talented faculty.
Yes.
And now let's take a listen to what's happening on the floor.
Okay, and while they're doing the roll call down there, we're going to take a break, throw it over to Studio B, Hashish Desai and Maureen Peters standing by with Terry Rosenblatt for publicity of the event.
Thank you, Joel and Trish. And with us we have Terry Rosenblatt, who is our publicity chair and was in charge of getting publicity for this whole event.
You need to spin around.
Okay, now, Terry, how did you go about getting in touch with some of the people, the publicity?
Okay, well, what we did is I worked with Melissa Calvestern, and we worked directly with Gail Tatum, who is on the school board, and she's the director of publicity for that. And she kind of had to give us her connections, and then from there it was just pushing with like the Reporter and the Spirit, and WNPV gave us a great interview on Monday.
Okay.
What is it like doing publicity for this convention as opposed to anything else? I know that you're involved in a lot of other school activities. How is it different? What things?
With the convention, it's a lot of dealing with other people, dealing with getting people interested in the school, just talking to the school and having them. A lot of times you get only the bad publicity with like drugs, what have you, and I think a lot of people get interested to hear something good, and that's a change.
Did you have a hard time getting, I guess you could almost say, news coverage or the Reporter or anybody else to come out? And
yesterday we had a really big problem because there was the fire on I-95, and we had Channel 3 and 10 lined up to come, and then they couldn't because this took precedence. So it's a lot of just hoping that there's no natural disasters.
If there's one thing that you could change about how you ran things, would you change anything at all, or is there one thing that you would like to change?
Would I change anything? I think I would have. I think we had to realize more that we were dealing with people that some hadn't ever heard of North Penn High School, some hadn't heard anything good about North Penn High School, and maybe we should have not assumed that everyone would flock to this as much as we did. But I think all in all it turned out really well.
what do you know what coverage that you had hoped to get, or people that you've talked to that you think we were going to get or are going to get?
The Inquirer said that they would come, and we hadn't really. We haven't seen them yet, but that should come. We called Nickelodeon Studios in Florida, but they never called us back.
Okay.
I see. And will you be glad when this is over, or are you caught up into it? Because I know that yesterday, by the end of yesterday, I was really excited, pumped, and ready to go. I was ready to get back here this morning. You're going to get on with things. Do you have that same feeling, or are you going to be...
Yeah, I think after today, it's just going to feel like there's like a big weight lifted off my shoulders on one end, but on the other end, like a big thing is missing because this has been so much in the planning.
Yeah, I agree. Marie, what do you think?
I agree. It's fun, but we'll miss it when it's over, too.
Yeah.
So even though it's a lot of work.
Definitely.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Terry. And now we're going to send it back to Trish and Joel at the news.
Hi, we're back. We're going to send down to the floor where they, I think they're about ready to start the debates, the speeches for presidential nomination and seconds. Joel, and I send it down.
Hi, we're back at the floor. And behind us, what's been happening is the people who are asked to nominate someone have been passing their speeches off to Chairman Questad.
Yes, we should hear what's important to each individual state as they nominate their preference for the Republican presidency. So it should be very interesting. Many states wanted to nominate someone, so there should be many candidates. I'm sure some of them will be the same, and that might show where some of the states' alliances will be. But a lot of states have nominations to make, so we could see many different people.
Yes, and the Rogers, Giersch, Fredericks Heller Band is wrapping things up right now.
Getting the crowd swinging and moving here,
yes,
passing
indeed.
the time.
I understand that they've declined to release an album.
Oh, really?
Of delegation music, unfortunately.
Really? That's too bad.
Yes.
Yes. One thing I'd also like to mention is that since yesterday, all the states have moved where they've been sitting, and one thing that has made me smile is my home state of Kentucky is sitting now right in front of where our news desk is, and I'd like to wish them all the best as they vote as they vote for the Republican nominee, and I wish I could be with them, but I'm here at the news. But good luck to the bluegrass state of Kentucky.
And now a beach ball is making its way through the crowd.
It's definitely a lively atmosphere here. Everybody is anticipating the nomination and the speeches.
the excitement certainly did not die out over the weekend.
Of the nominations and the speeches at the end of this day, there might also be some extra added debate on the planks of the platform, which we didn't get to yesterday.
Yes, however, if sparks fly over the candidates the way they did yesterday over the planks, the chances of them having extra time are slim. And now back to the studio for an interview.
Hi, we're back, and we have another interview with you. We have down with Maureen and Ashish, we have Mike McRae from the Pennsylvania delegation.
And welcome back. This is Mike McRae, the delegate for Pennsylvania delegation. And Maureen, I believe you have some questions for him?
Yes, I was going to say, you're down there on the floor, and we don't really get to see too much. Who do you see as being the front-runner candidate? The front-runner is meaning the first, two, I guess.
I think Colin Powell has a strong support. That's who I'm supporting personally because I think he's the best candidate. But from what I've heard, Jack Kemp, who's kind of a dark horse candidate, I heard that he has New York and North Carolina both behind him, and that's a lot of delegates just in those two states. They're pretty big. But I think it's pretty much wide open. There's a few, who are way back, but it's still a pretty much wide open race, and we won't know until after the speeches and the first roll call.
Okay. I see. Is there anything, amongst the platform, I know that yesterday there was a lot of heated debate going about certain issues. Is there anything that's on there that your delegation disagrees with or wants to see changed, or is there anything that hasn't been discussed that you would like to see discussed at all?
One of the things, well, first of all, the abortion platform, we felt that since this is a Republican convention that we should have had a pro-life stance, and there was an amendment to that platform, and that motion failed, and then it came a second time, and that failed. So I was just like, forget it, let's move on. And
okay, I'm sorry to interrupt. We're just about out of time. Yeah.
Okay. We also want to see gun control. That's our other big thing.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Mike. Thanks for being here. Mike McRae, the delegation chairman for Pennsylvania. Now we'll send it back to Joel and Trish. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Hashish and Maureen. Right now, let's go back to the convention floor. Asher and Jesse, what's going on down there?
And we're back here at the floor. And right now they're getting ready to make the nominating speeches and the seconding speeches. Yes,
also the balloons have dropped, and the delegates are showing a bit more spunk than yesterday. Everybody, this is very exciting, where each chairman actually gets up on stage and speaks his mind, and his or her mind, and
yes,
and gets these states' views voiced on their delegate of choice. So all the states are ready. This is probably one of the most anticipated parts of the convention, when the names begin to form, and the list will be long because there's the lone Democrat, Bill Clinton, is just waiting for a challenger, and the challengers are coming out of the woodwork now.
Yes. And these southern states before us right here are starting to have some even interstate competition, as I saw some delegates from Nebraska jeering at Ohio. But right now they're getting ready, so let's send it down to the floor.
I would once again like to thank the band, student-faculty band. We will now be hearing the nominating and secondary speeches for the President of the United States. And we would like to get it started with Ken Klieg from America Samoa for Pat Buchanan. Before I get to my nomination speech, I'd like to call for a moment of silence for the friends and family of those who were massacred yesterday in Scotland. Thank you. America first. It's time to put America first. My nominee, Pat Buchanan, might not always be popular, but he does want what's best for America. Therefore, I nominate Pat Buchanan for the Republican candidate for president in 1996. America must be first again. Pat Buchanan can make it happen. Thank you. Is there a second to the nomination?
Utah seconds the nomination.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Liz Mims from California.
All right, this is a name you may not be too familiar with. It's Alan Keyes. In his words, we don't have money problems, we have moral problems. These are the simple but true words, and while it can be argued that America's greatest loss is of money, the values, respect for you as American citizens is being crushed under democratic power trips and disregards for you. Alan Keyes isn't out to sweep the convention, he's out to bring back all that made this country what it was. So don't be so blinded by all the problems that we have today that you forget what made this country what it used to be. We as the people have the power to make this country the one we want to live in, and the greatness and promise lies in the values that this country was built upon. Bring the values back because it's your country, and vote for Alan Keyes.
Do I have a second?
I second the nomination.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Jenna Schultz from Georgia.
Fellow Republicans, give me your attention for the next minute so I can tell you about the man who will lead our country into the year 2000. That man is Lamar Alexander. Lamar has been governor of Tennessee for 2 terms in which he balanced the budget successfully without having to shut the government down. He has been the U.S. Secretary of Education also. Lamar will help put government back in the hands of the people and away from that enormous bureaucracy called Capitol Hill. He wants a flatter tax system in which Americans can keep more of their earned money. He wants to end the affirmative action and the idea of giving scholarships on the basis of minority status alone. Let equal opportunity mean equal opportunity for all. He wants to abolish the Department of Education and let teachers and parents make decisions regarding education. Alexander will have term limits for Congress and go after more trade agreements. As for the other candidates, Dole will be 73 when it is time for his inauguration. And Mr. Ford, build a fence on our border. We can spend the money more wisely. Above all, remember your ABCs. Alexander beats Clinton.
Is there a second?
Tennessee, the great home of Lamar Alexander, seconds that nomination.
I would just like to remind you all that you will be voting on these candidates later in the day, so it is very important that you listen to all of what these speakers have to say. For the next candidate, I call 2 speakers, June Choi from Georgia and Michael Thakur from Texas. Does Bob Dole's voice make you want to curl up and take a nap? Does the idea of Pat Buchanan as president make you cringe? Does Steve Moore seem like a broken record? Repeating the same idea over and over again? Do you hear the names of the other candidates and go, huh? Who? The presidency of the United States is one of the most important and demanding positions in the world. It requires sound, unbiased judgment from a person who we can trust. This man must be moral, intelligent, strong, and able to relate to all the people of this great nation. The only man who can fill this position is Colin Powell.
Delegates, we must here resolve to choose a leader that will, as Martin Luther King dreamed, hew out of the mountain of despair a stone of hope. One who will transform the jangling discord of our nation into a beautiful symphony of brotherhood. Colin Powell is that kind of man who supports education, the environment, healthcare reform, and strengthening the economy through putting people back to work. That kind of American hero we need for president. A man of integrity, a man with leadership experience, a man who has not been bought, a man we can respect. And that hero undeniably is Colin Powell.
Do I have a second?
I second the nomination for
for the mighty Colin Powell for president.
Our next speaker will be Laura Nasmik from Georgia.
How many of you have ever made an innocent mistake? Is that mistake pointed out every time your name is mentioned? We need to forget the past and look towards the future. Dan Quayle is the only candidate who can ensure a positive and productive future for you and your children. He's the only candidate with a museum dedicated in his honor. He's the only candidate most females find even moderately attractive. And most importantly, he's the only candidate with legislative and executive experience. Dan Quayle redefined the office of vice president by making a genuine effort to stay in the public eye. He showed the American public that vice president can help the country, not just fade into a shadow of anonymity. It was George Bush's policy to keep Quayle informed. Thanks for your support. It was George Bush's policy to keep Quayle informed of all decision-making and negotiating processes. Because of this, Dan Quayle was more ready to take the office of president than anyone before him. Dan Quayle has not forgotten how to wield executive authority. If he is elected, Dan Quayle will run the country the way it should be run, the Republican way. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be J.R. Fisher from Idaho.
Speaker, you didn't second that.
Do we have a second for the last speech?
Great state of Indiana, second.
Thank you. Now it's J.R. Fisher from Idaho.
The beautiful gem state of Idaho, home of the potato, would like to nominate Rush Limbaugh for the 1996 Republican National Presidency. Rush Limbaugh is a man that has good American values. He is a man who will lead the Republican Party into the future of liberal-hating mudslinging. Thank you. So when you're watching his program, don't switch past the channel like you normally do, and I know you do it. I know you do it. Listen and learn from the wisdom of the man.
Do I have a second?
Alaska second.
I second it. Our next speaker will be Bob Lesniewski from Massachusetts.
We, the great states of Massachusetts and Arizona, would like to nominate the All-American man, Cal Ripken of the Baltimore Orioles. Not only is Cal a man that you can trust and look up to, but he is also a man that you can count on. You can bet your bottom dollar that Mr. Cal Ripken won't miss a day of his presidency. So if you're looking for fun-loving, trustworthy presidential candidate, vote for Cal Ripken Jr. Thank you. I mean, Cal Ripken.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Second that one. Our next speaker will be Val Sutton from Massachusetts.
I'm not going to stand here and hand you a bunch of rhetoric and BS like some of these other candidates have done, because Bob Dole isn't about words. Bob Dole stands for people. The President of the United States is elected every 4 years to represent you, the American people. And you here at North Penn High School, you are the American people. Bob Dole
Okay, things a little heated down there on the floor, but we'll try to calm things down up here in the studio right now with Ashish Maureen, Matt McMillan, a Massachusetts delegate.
Thank you, Joel and Trish. And with us we have Matt McMillan, who is the chairperson for Massachusetts. Thank you, Matt. I love the hat, I must say.
Everybody in Massachusetts is wearing hats today.
Okay.
For the day.
Okay.
That's good. It looks like everybody's pretty much getting into the convention.
Oh, yes.
Through the feelings with the states. How's your state going? Who are they throwing their support for? And what is your feeling on everybody else as what they're going for? Which candidate seems to be the front runner? Which candidate seems to be the front runners? We had Mike McCrae here from Pennsylvania just a few moments ago. What are your views on that?
Well, I think overall, most of the states are leaning towards Powell. But in our delegation, we have two factions. One is Bob Dole supporting, and one is in favor of Cal Ripken.
Oh,
so.
That's
Great
new.
American hero. There we go.
As far as the candidates are concerned, why Cal Ripken? Just out of curiosity,
Yeah.
do you have any particular reason?
They just think he's the man for the job, I guess. I really am supporting Dole more, but they like him.
Okay.
So.
If who you're supporting, Dole, isn't elected, will you throw your vote somewhere else as a protest vote, or will you throw your vote to somebody else as, yes, if Dole is not elected, this is who I want as the Republican nominee?
Possibly for Massachusetts to get some support, we might throw our votes to another candidate to get some power there.
Okay.
Why Dole? What is it about Dole that makes you want to vote for him?
He just seems like the man who can do the job. A lot of people think he's too old or something, but he can do it.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Matt, for being here with us. And now we're going to send you back to Trish and Joel at the news studio.
Where delegates are continuing their nominating speeches. We've seen lots of support for Colin Powell and also Cal Ripken Jr.
Yes, Cal Ripken Jr. was very adamantly supported.
Yes, nominated by Massachusetts and Arizona, I believe. We've also had Jack Kemp. We've had Dan Quayle, Bob Dole, and Pat Buchanan, and Lamar Alexander. Strangely enough, for those candidates, there have been some mixed support. So we'll see how it turns out.
Yes, let's see what's happening on the floor.
She's consolidating agencies and programs, which is saving your tax dollars and putting them to better use. And Christine Todd Whitman is not swearing. She is pro-choice. This is the candidate we as a Republican Party must endorse. She has the ideas and the track record backing them up to beat Bill Clinton and to run his old tax and spend, government can fix all of your problems principles out of the White House. So let's get some fresh ideas and let's get them heard. We're going to get a Republican back in the White House in '96, and it's got to be Christy Whitman.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Our last speaker will be Sterling McNeil from Virginia. I say to you, America, America, God bless America. It is time, my fellow delegates, to put a man in his place, the proper place. Putting Steve Forbes in the White House. Forbes is not only from the great garden state of New Jersey, but he is the owner of Forbes magazine. I tell you, I read Forbes magazine. Elect Steve Forbes for president. You'll be helping yourself, not only your kids. Thank you. Do I have a second?
From the great state of Nebraska, home of the grasshopper, I would like to second the nomination for Steve Forbes
your attention? You have heard nominating speeches for approximately 10 candidates. When we break for the caucuses, you will have an opportunity to decide as individuals and as states how you wish to cast your votes for these various candidates.
Well, we've heard the nominating speeches and the seconds, and now Mr. Finnemeyer is dismissing all the delegates to their caucuses, where they will cast their votes for whom they would like to see run for president.
It's a very large field, many candidates, but support was mixed for some of them. So we'll see. You don't know. We're not sure because of the large field. One delegate, one candidate might not be able to capture all the necessary votes for a majority.
Yes.
But right now, Mr. Finnemeyer is dismissing the delegates. So now we're going to go back to the studio where we have an interview with Liz Mims, who recently nominated Alan Keyes.
We're back. We're down there, and they're talking about dismissing the delegates. A lot of candidates running. Rush Limbaugh and Cal Ripken.
Yes, a lot of candidates, and Asher alluded to. We just might have a locked convention here if not all of them are.
Don't you need a majority to get through
You do
here?
need a majority. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe she's going to fill us in. In fact, let's go down to them right now. Liz Mims.
Some exciting stuff going down in the convention right now. Lots of different candidates coming up. As a matter of fact, right now I have Liz Mims, the person who made the speech for Alan Keyes. Why did you make your speech for Alan Keyes? What attracted you to him?
Not, at first, I mean, I read articles on him after someone at Candace to finish. She asked me to speak for her, and I read articles on him, and for the most part, I'm not Republican, but while we're pretending, I agreed with some of the things that he'd said about building the country, not going backwards, but by moving forwards, by looking back to what this country was built on, which was values and respect for the individual, respect for the government as well. And I thought that was a really strong argument. And I like the fact he said he's not running to win this election. He's just running to bring the points forward. And he's an excellent speaker. I did have the privilege of hearing him speak. It was something recorded. And I think he's an excellent speaker, and I'm behind him for that.
Okay, now do you honestly believe that Keyes has a decent shot at getting the nomination?
No, I think it's actually a long shot. But he did make, as for a person who wasn't so known in the political aspect of this whole thing, he did make a good start for himself as far as being a good speaker. People know who he is now. And I think we'll see some of them in the future, hopefully.
Okay.
You being down at the convention right now, Flora, we've had a few other people come down and speak with us about what the atmosphere is. Has it changed in any sense from yesterday to today, from where they were speaking about the planks to today where they're talking about pushing votes for their nominee for the Republican candidacy?
Yesterday I think it wasn't as personal. Yesterday everything was kind of new. People were just getting into it. People were excited about it, of course. There's still some excitement today, but it's changed. It's more personal now. It's like, well, no, I hate that person. You can hear, the booing and the, the cheers and things. It's a little more personalized today. I think people are getting a little more into it, maybe more of a negative sense than as compared to yesterday, but they're getting a little more into it today.
Okay, we're just about out of time. Thank you for being here with you, Liz Mims, the person who made a speech for Alan Keyes. We'll send it back to Joel and Trish in the studio. Thank you.
We're going to the floor now with Jesse and Asher.
Welcome back to the floor, where debate now continues on the platform planks, which was cut short yesterday because of many heated debates that took just a little too much time. So now we're getting back to the planks of the platform.
Yes, right now the Environmental Protection Agency plank is up for discussion. Chairman Questad looked at the time schedule, saw that there was some extra time, and he and Mr. Finnemeyer decided that it would be a good time to discuss an extra plank and get that in.
Yes, that'll be very good. This might give the delegates something else to think about when they go back and talk about the candidates. So now let's go down to the floor and see what they're saying.
Yes.
Enforce compliance of environmental laws and the internal regulation of the EPA. Also, the EPA will promote community efforts to recycle, reuse, and reduce the waste produced.
Is there a second to this amendment? We need a second. On the mic, I need a second.
The state of Kentucky would like to second that.
floor is now open to debate on the amendment which would strike out the entire EPA plank and replace it with the EPA with the use of a special portion of the FBI will use the legal backing of the FBI to enforce compliance with environmental laws and the internal regulation of the EPA. Also, the EPA will promote community efforts to recycle, reuse, and reduce the waste produced. Is there any debate concerning this amendment?
I call a question.
Is there a second? Oh.
A second.
All those in favor of closing debate on this amendment, please say aye. Opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. We'll now vote on whether or not to adopt the amendment as the new plank. All those in favor of adopting the amendment as read, please say aye. All opposed? In the chair, the nays have it.
Mr. Speaker.
I already called on you. Oh, you did?
Right. The state where Walter can always be found has an amendment. We would like to add the sentence to the end. And the official plant of the Republican Party shall be deferred forevermore.
The what?
No. I heard it was forevermore.
We have a second for that amendment.
Debate continues on the EPA plank, something that has always been kind of touchy when it comes to the Republican Party, where a lot of debate on where the party should stand, but now we're ready to go back to the studio, I understand.
Yes, we have an interview.
We're back in the studio here. We're going to send it down to Sheesh and Maureen. We have an interview there. Who's interviewing?
We have Crystal Sublet from Jack Kemp campaign.
Thank you, Joel and Trish. Here with us, like I said, we have Crystal Sublet, who is our representative for Kemp and did his speech. Now, Crystal, the first question I want to ask is, why did you want to give a speech for Jack Kemp?
Well, I wanted to get involved in the mock election because I thought it was very interesting and very educational because I'm not really too informed about the government, and I thought I could learn a little bit from it, which I did. And I didn't really like what the other candidates had to say. I think they had a lot of faults, so I looked into a different alternative, and I came up with Jack Kemp.
Great.
We've, as our viewers have seen, we've been asking people that have been down into the convention in the assembly, the main hall, what the atmosphere has been like. And a few of us have mentioned to us that Jack Kemp seems to be a dark horse candidate running very close to Colin Powell. What are your views?
Is that what they're saying?
Yes, okay, so it's a surprise to you too.
Yeah, it is.
But,
I didn't think anyone knew who he was.
Yeah, so who do you think is the candidate, or who are the few of the candidates, the front runners that may end up?
I think Kemp has a good choice, a good chance.
Yeah.
We put up a lot of publicity signs, stuff, got people aware, we sent out flyers about what he was about, and a lot of people seemed interested in him. So I think he has a good chance. I don't really know, judging by all the boos that were out there for anyone else, but I think Kemp has a good chance of getting up there.
Now, if Kemp does not win, this will kind of, I mean, you've been really busy with this. What do you plan to do after this?
Well, I didn't really expect him to win. If he wins, I'll be ecstatic. But I just did it for, to learn more about it and stuff. I didn't really do it to win. I just wanted to get involved.
Does this kind of give you more of an interest in the government, make you more want to pursue something more?
And I don't really know a lot about it, and I would like to know more about it. And also, I would like to be able to speak better in front of the public, and it gave me a chance to practice that.
That's great.
Where you said that if he doesn't win, if he does win, he'd be ecstatic. If he doesn't win, would you throw your support for another candidate, or not be interested at all in supporting anybody else?
I don't know, because I didn't. A lot of things I didn't like about the other candidates, but a lot of them had some good ideas. So maybe I'll look into someone else.
I see.
Okay. Well, sorry we're out of time, and thank you very much, Crystal. And now we're going to be sending you back to the newsroom with Trish and Joel.
Okay.
Hi, we're back. We're going to go to Kim Warner, who put a package together yesterday on education. Some of the planks that were discussed yesterday, we have packages made, and we're going to send it there now. Kim?
One of those issues is education. The Republican stance on education is one of improvement.
Republicans support funding going directly to the school district. What do you feel on that issue?
I feel that it'll help if funding goes directly to the schools because schools know better what to do with it than the government. So I think that'll help out.
Okay. Do you think that the money should be spent on art programs or just curriculum-based programs?
Well, yeah, I think the money should be more widespread throughout to support art programs and to support other programs that deal with the school district, not just curriculum.
Okay, do you think we're spending too much money on education, or do we need to spend more money on education?
Well, I think in some areas of the country, there should be more money spent on education. Like here, there's plenty of money spent on education. Everything's great, but I mean, I know there's other parts of the country that don't have enough money for education, and the money should be focused towards those areas of the country.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm standing here with Rachna Patel. The Republican platform calls for a stronger stance on morality in the classrooms. What do you think of this issue, Rachna?
Well, I agree that it's a responsibility of schools to ensure that kids learn more about values and are taught more about, moral situations. I don't think that they should be held directly responsible for certain things that kids do, but I do believe that it's a pressing issue in schools, and that schools should take some sort of action in ensuring that kids are learning, moral values.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
I'm talking with Danelle Pilley. What do you think of our school's current drug, crime, and violence teaching in the classroom?
Well, our health classes aren't that exciting. No one really likes it, but maybe some other form of education would be better, because we obviously need it, but the techniques are sort of dull.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Well, it seems the Republican position on education is pretty universal. For NPTV, I'm Kim Warner.
Right now, I'm going to send it back to Studio B. Ashish and Desai have Michael Takor, who was rumored to be the front runner of the campaign, Colin Powell.
Welcome back. Thank you, Joel and Trish. With me right now, I have Michael Takor, the campaign speech person for the Colin Powell campaign. As you saw earlier, he made the speech for Colin Powell. The word out on the street is that Colin Powell is a strong chance to win the Republican nomination. Is that the feeling you're getting, or is that just...
I certainly hope so. In terms of the speech, I guess he received a less amount of boos, so yeah. I would interpret that as a sign of good things to come for Powell.
There seems to be a lot of energy down there, like on the convention floor itself, and particularly coming from speeches. We got to see a bit of your speech, and the energy down there seems to be much, I guess you could almost say much more than it was yesterday. How do you feel about just the atmosphere down there?
Right, I think it's equally energetic. Like yesterday they were energetic for the issues, and today they're delving more into the candidates and how they feel. And those two different areas, issues and the campaigns, are equally tend to produce energy for the students on the floor.
Yesterday we had spoken with the campaign managers for the Powell campaign, and we had asked them if Powell should not win the Republican nomination for the presidency, would he consider running as the vice presidential running mate with whoever the nominee should be. You as the person who made the speech, knowing him closely, what are your views on that? Would he do that, or would he not run at all? Or run as an independent candidate?
In this particular mock election?
Yes.
It is a possibility, I think. We have to talk amongst our campaign managers to decide, but I certainly wouldn't rule it out at this point.
Okay, thank you, Michael Takor, speech maker for the Powell campaign.
Thank you.
We'll send it back to Joel and Trish in the studio. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maureen and Ashish. We're going to send down to the floor now with Asher and Jesse. Thanks.
And we're back here on the floor where debate continues over the EPA plank.
One of the major issues here is where the regulation for the EPA should be. They're debating whether it should be with the states or the federal government, or whether it should be that the government should hire a private agency. So it's really the major debate is who should spend the money, who should have government, who should have the right to govern over the EPA and each state's environment and the nation's environment. So right now they're debating several amendments on private agencies, state control, or government control, and So the voting is closed on this
Yes.
plank, though.
And from what I heard, the EPA plank passed with a slight amendment to it. And now Mr. Finnemeyer is dismissing the delegates to their caucuses.
Okay.
And as you can see behind us, the delegates are being sent back to their caucuses, where they will cast their votes in their respective states for whom they want to be president, to run for the presidency, I should say.
Yesterday, the caucus rooms was a place where all the platforms and planks were being debated. Today, they'll debate on who they should cast their votes for. We saw nominations for Colin Powell. Most of the support from the floor was coming for Colin Powell. Lots of cheers there. Also, Bob Dole, Dan Quayle, Alan Keyes, Steve Forbes, Lamar Alexander, and surprisingly, Cal Ripken Jr. is making a run for the presidency, nominated by Arizona and Massachusetts.
Yes, and from the sound of the crowd, Colin Powell and Cal Ripken Jr. might be a pretty impressive team.
Trish, the Environmental Protection Agency plank was passed. That was the last thing that they were actually planned to talk about. They,
that was yesterday, right?
Yes, illegal substances took a little while, and that went to the very end. But no, they didn't get to talk about the budget. So.
No, they didn't. Were they supposed to?
Yeah, I think that was planned for the second hand.
Oh.
But EPA was passed, and their plank, the EPA's funding should be reevaluated to the point that more stricter controls on the Environmental Protection Agency for cleanup. Ashish and Maureen, what was your take on that?
It's a very liberal state right now. But I also wanted to comment on who, since we've already had 3 or 4 guests on the different campaigns, who I think that is coming up, and I think that Dole, who first was a front runner, is not anymore. Powell and Kemp seem to be one of the front runners, and in the back, James Finnemeyer, one of the great teachers at the North Penn High School, seems to be coming up from behind. So Powell and Kemp, watch out. Maureen, what do you think?
I agree about Finnemeyer. He seemed to be mentioned quite a few times from quite a few people we've talked about, so we shall see.
We're just about out of time, and we're going to send it back to Joel and Trish in the studios. Thank you.
And we're going to send it right down to the floor with Asher and Jesse.
And we're back here at the floor, which is
now empty and dark.
And calm.
Yes.
No paper airplanes flying, no balloons.
Opposed to the frenzy which we saw a little bit earlier when the states were making nominations for the candidates for the presidency. As we mentioned before, those nominations included Bob Dole, Steve Forbes, Alan Keyes, Jack Kemp, Colin Powell, who we also mentioned received a lot of support, voice support from the delegates. Cal Ripken Jr., the dark horse, possibly. He also received some support. I imagine if Cal Ripken Jr. was elected, he would be there every day in the White House.
Yes, wouldn't
sure,
miss a day.
Yes, I'm sure he would continue his perfect record into the presidency. One woman, Christy Todd Whitman, governor of New Jersey. Also,
Stephen Forbes?
Yes, Stephen Forbes. But for the most part, it was mixed support for a lot of the candidates. So we'll see whether we can get a majority and whether we can get a clear winner. Also, remember that there will also be a nomination for a vice president. Yes. And many times, it's not only the presidential candidate, it's also the vice president. So the Republican delegates here are shaping their party's run for the presidency in '96.
And keep in mind that when the delegates come back, the nominee has to receive 750 votes in order to clinch the nomination. So we're going to send it back up to the studio with Joel and Trish.
Thank you, Jesse. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back at the studio in a matter of minutes.
Very exciting stuff coming up, so stay tuned.
Back live at North Penn High School, Joel Brown, Trish Williams at the 1996 Simulated National Republican Convention. Right now, we're going to send it over to Studio B. Hashish and Maureen have Danelle Pilley, a platform co-chairperson.
Thank you, Joel and Trish. With us, we have Danelle Pilley, who is a platform chairperson. Thank you for being here with us today, Danelle. Sure. And how did you come about, I guess you can almost say, topics for the platform?
Well, we took a couple polls on what students thought were the most important issues or what would be important for the Republican platform this year, and what the planks that overall would concern them the most, so that there would be some interesting debate out on the floor.
See, I'm just taken aback by this whole thing. I didn't think it was going to, students weren't going to be so feeling about it, getting really into it. Just overall how it's going so well. What's your overall view of it? Because I personally, I love it. I wish we could do this every year. I'm I like this sort of thing. What do you think?
He's really great. It's a shame we can't include more people. I think there's a lot of enthusiasm out there, and even, like I hear a lot of kids, they're talking to each other and they're sort of learning from each other instead of a teacher being there.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really exciting. There's a lot of enthusiasm. A lot of people who are involved aren't people you'd think would be. Like, people are really getting interested. Yeah. The only thing I really wish we could sort of get over the mindset, like, it's good people are voicing their views, but we're really supposed to be voicing what we think a Republican view would be. And sort of you have to try to put yours aside for a day and be the best Republican you can be, even if it's not what you're agreeing with. But overall, there's a lot of enthusiasm. It's great.
That's good. Now, what have you been doing in order to get this platform together? Like, what I guess you could say, what does your job entail?
Well, actually, it was just the overall organization of it. We pretty much handed out, we figured out what the planks were going to be, and then a lot of the AP government classes or other social studies electives, the kids in those classes were the ones who wrote the planks. So that's why a lot of times when we're up there reading them, people have questions. We're like, well, we didn't exactly write this, but so it sort of leaves us open to interpretation, but we gathered up the planks and we figured out what the people wanted and typed it all up, got it together.
I see that you have a little pin for the PAL campaign. We've had some people from the PAL campaign yesterday and today, and we see that he's one of the dark horse candidates. Oh, and I heard that we're just about out of time, so I'm going to send it back to Joel and Trish. I just want to thank Danelle for being here. Thank you.
Sure.
Hello, we're back, and we're going to be sending it down to the floor with Asher and Jesse. What's going on down there, guys?
We're back here on the floor where the delegates are beginning to file in and take their seats. And then comes the exciting first roll call of the ballot.
Yeah, that's when they will cast their votes for the various candidates. So this is what the entire convention is all about. When the voting happens, when the positions of the party really shape up, and I'm sure Bill Clinton is watching this convention in earnest, looking to see who his challenger will be.
And remember, the nominee needs 750 votes to secure the nomination from the convention. So we'll see whether or not that's going to happen on the first try or whether there'll have to be several ballots.
Yes, each delegate stands for their own state. They have their own positions, and I'm sure most of the states have a candidate that they believe is for them. And the candidate that has the most states backing him will be the nominee.
Yes.
And many of the things you saw earlier with the platform vote, today we went back to the platform because we had some extra time where the Environmental Protection Agency plank was debated. There was some discussion on whether the EPA should be governed by the federal government, the state government, or by a private agency. There was some it was one of the less heated discussions
that we've seen here. Yes, indeed. But now comes the balloting for the presidential nominee. Yes. And certainly this is going to be very interesting. We certainly want to keep our eye on the numbers that will be displayed up there behind us on the board. And now we're going to go back to the studio.
Hi, we're back here at the studio. Thank you, Asher and Jesse. We're going to go to a package now on the flat tax with Laura Nasmick. Laura?
Laura Nasmick here at the Republican National Convention. Today, the delegates of the GOP will be deciding on the party's platform. One of the major issues that they are discussing at this moment will be a proposed flat tax. The flat tax will replace the present income tax. The proposed rate will be 17%. Individual taxpayers will add up all of their income and then subtract a set generous personal allowance. That is the proposed part of the platform. I will go inside and get some opinions from the delegates about what they think about this flat tax proposal. I'm here with Delegate Jen Rittenhouse from Georgia. What do you think about this flat tax proposal, Jen?
Well, I don't support it because it's supposedly supposed to be giving the middle class a tax break, but when you look into it, it really doesn't, and it's giving the rich a tax break mostly, and somewhere that has to be made up, and I feel that it'll be made up in the middle class.
What do you think would be another amendment to this proposal?
Well, I propose the national sales tax, which it seems rather radical, but it seems to be the most fair thing to do.
Thank you very much. Hey, this is Delegate June Choi, also from Georgia. What do you think about the proposed flat tax?
I think it's unfair to the majority of the United States, that in proportion to the income, it's a bigger tax break for the rich, and that the middle class and the poor are getting hit the hardest. So although I think that the tax code should be simplified, I don't think the flat tax is the way to go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chris Watson, a delegate from Wisconsin. What is your opinion on the flat tax?
I feel that the current proposed 17% is too high. I feel that the middle class needs to be boosted, and the upper class has been elevated enough in this country that we need a tax system that's going to work for the middle class, not the upper class.
Thank you very much. By the end of the day, a decision will be made about this controversial subject of a flat tax, a decision which will represent the needs of the Republican Party.
Convention correspondent Lauren Nazemic with the flat tax plank for the Republican convention. Right now, we're going to send it back to Studio B. Hashish and Maureen have Lisa Staley from the Whitman campaign.
Thank you, Joel and Trish. With us, we have Lisa Staley, who was the campaign manager for Christy Whitman. Hi, Lisa. Thank you for being here with us.
Hi.
The first question I have is, why would you want to represent Christine Whitman?
Well, Christine Whitman is definitely the right candidate for me personally, because she is very conservative economically. She's cut taxes in her state by 30%, and she wants to privatize government. But other than that, she has very moderate to liberal views on abortion rights, on welfare, and Medicare, and education, and the environment.
Speaking of Christy Whitman, you're the co-campaign chairperson. Do you think it would be difficult for her to overcome her being a woman? Although I'm not saying that it should be a factor in anybody voting for anybody. It should be the person stand on issues, their moral values, and what kind of character do they have. Do you think she'll be able to overcome it in gaining the Republican nomination?
Well, in her campaign against Jim Florio of New Jersey, he was an incumbent, and she defeated incredible odds to beat him. But when I've been down there in the auditorium and I've been trying to pitch Christine Whitman, I do find that it's the women who are more attentive and who are more willing to hear about her, and the guys kind of look her over. There have been some guys, though, who have been really interested, and that's really appreciated.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Lisa, for being here with us. And now we're going to send you back to Trish and Joel in the newsroom.
We have another package here. We're ready to do this. A very controversial issue yesterday, illegal substances. A lot of debate, heated debate on that yesterday. And Jody has a package for us. Jody Rogers.
I'm Jody Rogers, and I'm covering the North Penn Simulated Republican Convention. Right now, the delegates are in their caucuses discussing many platforms, and the drug legalization is one of them. Let's see what they have to say about this subject. What is your opinion about the legalization of drugs?
Well, I myself do not do drugs, and I do not condone the use of drugs. However, I feel if done responsibly, I feel the legalization could lead to a diminished use of drugs worldwide because of the supply and demand theory that if drugs is legalized, that means that people wouldn't feel the need to do it because it's a novelty. And also, if it was regulated by the United States, they could tax it, making it harder for Colombian drug dealers to deal drugs in the United States.
So you believe that if drugs were legalized, they would become less prevalent in the United States?
Yes, exactly. I feel that by legalizing drugs, it is eventually going to lead to, less preeminence, I guess, in the United States.
Okay. And James, how do you feel about the legalization of drugs?
I personally agree with Rob. I believe that people like challenges, and there's a challenge to get drugs in America. And if that challenge was taken away, I believe that drugs would be used less frequently in the U.S.
Okay, thanks. Well, it seems that the delegates are in a split decision about the legalization of drugs. By the end of today, we'll see how it all turns out and if there is an end result.
Hello. That was a very controversial issue.
Extreme, if you will.
Some extreme views there.
Legalizing drugs.
Thanks, though, Jody. It was a good job on her part.
I think the view is if you legalize drugs, that will make people more prevalent to use them. Hashish and Maureen, what do you guys think of that?
Yeah, what?
I tend to agree with you. That was sort of an extreme view. I just wanted to tell the viewers that this is not the view of the station or anybody on the station. It's just that person. That's what they felt an extreme view. And some other people may feel extreme on the other side. But on this issue, I think that I think it's extreme. You have to keep it the way it is, even though it's not working. There are no other two ways around it. You have to say, no, you can't do it, or else you might have anarchy. That's what I feel. Maureen, what are your views?
I really agree. It's almost the way, it's fine the way it is. There's going to be problems with any restrictions you have on anything. People are always going to want to break the law to find out, what'll happen or whatever. So regardless of what you do, there's going to be people who go against it. But I really think it's a personal issue, and it depends on each person and experiences that they've had throughout their life.
Yeah, and all the issues surrounding the Republican plank that have been discussed yesterday and today, I heard lots of kids in the hallway talking about it and discussing amongst themselves about welfare, the environment, what they should feel, what they view, and they were giving pros and cons. And I think this is the main goal of this convention, try to get some debate heated up, because this is a presidential campaign year, and we need to get involved. This is democracy at work. This is what it needs to be, or else you'll have low voter turnaround, and people will complain about what's going on, and you won't be able to do anything about it. Voting is the key, so I urge whoever is out there to go and register if you haven't registered, and if you have, make sure you go out on voting day. Maureen?
I have to say that I think the campaign it's helped a lot of students learn a lot, and they've kind of got to experience. What do you think, Joel and Trish?
I agree with Hashish. Vote 96.
Vote. And if you vote, you have to vote intelligently. Please, please. Our future here.
Let's switch over to the candidates right now. We heard some new ones this morning. First, I've heard of Rush Limbaugh being maybe not a serious candidate, and also Cal Ripken coming up.
Very interesting.
Also, serious here, Hashish Maureen?
Yeah, this is the two that were mentioned, Rush Limbaugh and both Cal Ripken. These are two who have just popped up this morning. And
very surprisingly.
Extremely, very surprisingly. You may have thought maybe somebody else, somebody in the political limelight who hasn't been mentioned yet, but these are two politically unknowns, although we know them in regular everyday life. It's very surprising, and you may want to consider this as maybe a protest vote, as delegates saying that whoever's in the field right now we don't agree with at all. And we have to take that into consideration into saying that what the candidates on here now, are they really supporting, or do they really represent the public and their views? So we're just about out of time, so we're going to send it back to Joel and Trish. Thank you very much.
And I think we're going to send it down to the floor now with Asher and Jesse.
And we're back on the floor where the balloting has just begun. What's happening now is the delegates, the chairman from each of the state delegates steps up to the microphone and tells the board how many votes they cast for which candidates.
Can you please repeat that one more time?
So Alabama has just voted, and this is what we've all been waiting for. The states have returned from their caucuses, where they probably all decided who they will support. And now we'll go down to the floor, and you'll see the first few numbers.
10 for Kemp, 16 for Powell, and 6 for Ripken. I'm just repeating it. Alaska cast 16 votes.
Great state of Alaska, home of ice. I'd like to cast 13 votes for Rush, 1 for Cal, 1 for Colin Powell, and 1 for Bob Dole.
Wait, can you please repeat that one more time?
13 for Rush Limbaugh, 1 for Cal Ripken, 1 for Colin Powell, and 1 for Bob Dole.
1 for Dole, 1 for Powell, 1 for Ripken, and 13 for Limbaugh. American Samoa cast 2 votes. American Samoa
the home of Charlie the Tuna, cast 1 vote for Quayle and 1 vote for Buchanan. 1 for Buchanan, 1 for Powell. Arizona cast 32 votes.
Arizona cast 3 votes for Dole, 13 for Powell, 5 for Christine Todd Whitman, and 11 for Cal Ripken Jr.
3 for Dole, 13 for Powell, 5 for Whitman, and 11 for Ripken. Arkansas cast 14 votes. I have a correction. American Samoa was 1 for Quayle, not 1 for Powell. Correction, 1 for American Samoa, 1 for Quayle, 1 for Powell. American Samoa, 1 for Quayle, 1 for Buchanan. 1 for, okay, 1 for Buchanan, 1 for Quayle. Arkansas cast 14 votes.
Representing the state of Arkansas, we got 5 for Ripken, 5 for Whitman, and 5 for Colin Powell.
5 for Powell, 5 for Ripken, 5 for Whitman. California cast 132 votes.
Honorable state of California. That's 4 for Whitman. Honorable state of California, home of Compton, would like to 92 votes for Colin Powell. 32 votes for Bob Dole. 3 votes for Jack Kemp, and 5 votes for Steve Forbes.
Can you please repeat that one more time?
92 votes for Colin Powell. 32 votes for Bob Dole. 3 votes for Jack Kemp, and 5 votes for Steve Forbes.
32 votes for Dole, 5 for Forbes, 3 for Kemp, and 92 for Powell.
Excuse me, back to Arkansas. There's only 4 for Whitman. Arkansas.
Correction, Arkansas has 4 for Whitman. Colorado cast 23 votes.
The great state of Colorado, home of the Rocky Mountains, you voted unanimously by 23 votes for Colin Powell.
23 for Powell. Connecticut cast 21 votes. Connecticut, 1 for Alexander, 1 for Powell, 1 for Buchanan, and 18 for Ripken. 1 for Alexander, 1 for Buchanan, 1 for Powell, and 18 for Ripken. District of Columbia cast 11 votes.
I have a question. Will we be able to do some kind of write-in? Another candidate?
You can cast votes for whoever you want to cast votes for.
Okay. We have 11 votes. John Shaft.
Could you tell us who John Shaft is real quick?
You ever see the show Shaft?
Yeah.
Yeah, John Shaft.
Is that his real name?
John Shaft is the distinguished private investigator from the 1970s who wears the black leather jacket and has the afro. John Shaft is one bad mother.
That's his real name, not the name of the movie?
Nah, it's true. That's the only name I know of.
Well, you gotta know his real name. You can't nominate a movie character.
As far as I know, it's John Shaft.
All right.
Richard Roundtree.
That's his real name.
All right.
All 11 votes. 1 for Shaft. 1 vote for Kemp. 1 for Kemp, 7 for Powell. Florida cast 73 votes. Florida votes 37 votes for Kemp, 1 for Alexander, 6 for Dole, 11 for Powell, and 18 for Ripken. Excuse me, can you please repeat that and say slower? Florida votes 37 votes for Kemp, 1 for Alexander, 6 for Dole, 11 for Powell, and 18 for Ripken. 1 for Alexander, 6 for Dole, 37 for Kemp, 11 for Powell, and 18 for Ripken. That's correct. Georgia cast 33 votes.
The beautiful state of Georgia votes 1 vote for Dole, 1 vote for Quayle, 2 votes for Ripken, 7 votes for Powell, 11 votes for Whitman, and 10 votes for Kemp.
1 vote for Dole, 10 for Kemp, 7 for Powell, 1 for Quayle, 11 for Whitman, and 2 for Ripken.
Yes.
Guam casts 4 votes. Guam casts 4 votes for Colin Powell. 4 for Powell. Hawaii casts 23 votes.
And the coconut, please. Hawaii cast 11 for Powell, 1 for Buchanan, and 11 for Mr. Oriole himself, Mr. Ripken. Thank you.
1 for Buchanan, 11 for Powell, and 11 for Ripken.
I have a correction from Georgia. 1 vote for Alexander as well.
1 vote for Alexander for Georgia. Idaho cast 9 votes.
The great state of Idaho cast 6 votes for Colin Powell, 1 for Bob Dole, 1 for Rush Limbaugh, and 1 for Bill Clinton.
I'm sorry, but you can't do that for Bill Clinton.
Why not? This is a Republican convention. You vote for people who are Republican. Richard Roundtree isn't a Republican. What'd you say? Richard Roundtree isn't a Republican. Yeah, but why don't you come up here and talk to me about it then? Okay.
Hello. There's been a kidnapping attempt on Chairman Questad. There's been a kidnapping attempt on the stage. The security is attempting.
It looks like everything is safe and secure.
There's a scuffle on the stage there momentarily. There's been a kidnapping attempt. And with that, we're going to send it back to the studio. No, we're going to send it back to the studio.
Okay, that was interesting.
Very tense situation down there on the floor, as Asher and Jesse alluded to, a kidnapping attempt on the floor. Brian Questad calling the person down who nominated Bill Clinton.
Sorry, guys, he's not a Republican.
Cannot do that, I don't think. But I think
We'll see what happens. They're going to discuss it maybe after they get things settled down.
Yeah, I hope things are all right. You know, I feel kind of safe in the studio. I hope Asher and Jesse are all right.
Yeah.
We saw 11 votes going to John Shaft, which I thought was pretty surprising. Richard Roundtree.
Yes.
And apparently, I don't know if he's a Republican or not, but I'm glad he's honored to be welcomed here at the Republican National Convention. Ashish and Maureen, some crazy stuff going on down there.
Crazy stuff. But, crazy stuff. Anyway.
Maybe not.
Crazy stuff going on there. That
Definitely.
was truly amazing. Nobody had any idea of this. we pray for Brian Quest, his safety, and Asher.
Yes, we do.
Asher and Jesse hope that they're okay, and any of the other correspondents for this news show, that they're okay. Everything seems to be going okay, but as you can see, there's a lot of protest votes. There's almost over 111 votes for other than anybody else. And we have Richard Roundtree and Cal Ripken, Bill Clinton, some crazy stuff going on. This is what it's like. And this is the excitement that I spoke of this morning, and there's more to come. Maureen, what are your...
I was just shocked with some of the votes, and I look forward to seeing what happens and see if we have another vote to take place later.
We'll definitely be back to Joel and Trish. Thank you.
Some very mixed emotions down there, and I think we should see if things have calmed down.
Yeah, I think they've got everything under control. Guys?
We are back here on the floor. Latest news here, Chairman Quest, that is safe. The security was very prompt and quick in their reaction to this altercation. He is safe and sound. We remind you, the security force here has done their job, and everything is back to normal here. Yes, it was a moment of fear there, but everything is back to normal. So we'll now return you to the floor where Chairman Questad is safe and sound.
And Colin Powell is in the lead.
Indiana cast 41 votes.
Indiana cast 39 for Powell and 2 for Cheech and Chong.
You can't nominate 2 people for president.
Cheech.
39 for Powell and 2 for Cheech. I'd like to ask all the chairmen of the delegation to say the names in alphabetical order, please. Iowa cast 20 votes.
Iowa cast all 20 for Shaft.
20 for Shaft. Kansas cast 24 votes.
The state of Kansas votes 9 for Christy Whitman, 5 for Dole, 7 for Powell, 1 for Lamar,
and 1 for Ripken, and 1 for Rush. It's not in alphabetical. 5 for Dole, 7 for Powell, 9 for Whitman, 1 for Ripken, 1 for Lamar, 1 for Limbaugh. Kentucky cast 21 votes.
Kentucky would like 1 for Lamar Alexander, 1 for Colin Powell, and 19 for John Shaft.
19 for Shaft, 1 for Powell, and 1 for Lamar. Louisiana cast 24 votes.
Louisiana has 11 for Bob Dole, 6 for Cal Ripken, and 7 for Phil Lesh.
Can you please repeat the last name?
It's Phil Lesh. He's the bassist for Grateful Dead.
11 for Dole, 6 for Ripken, and how many was for Lesh? 7 for Lesh. Maine cast 18 votes.
Maine, the Pine Tree State, and the home of LL Bean, cast a vote for 12 votes for Dole, 4 for Powell, and 2 for Ripken.
12 for Dole, 4 for Powell, 2 for Ripken. Maryland cast 27 votes.
Maryland, the home of some damn good crabs, casts 18 votes for Powell, 6 votes for Mr. Forbes, 2 votes for Christy Whitman, and 1 vote for our own Mr. Finnemeyer.
For Powell, 2 for Whitman, 2 for Mr. Finnemeyer, and 4 for Forbes. Massachusetts cast 35 votes.
Massachusetts, home of the Chickadees and Brian Questad, vote 1 for Buchanan, 15 Dole, and 19 Ripken.
1 for Buchanan, 15 for Dole, and 19 for Ripken. Michigan casts 46 votes.
The state of Michigan cast 1 for Buchanan, 2 for Dole, 32 for Powell, 10 for Ripken, and 1 for Whitman.
Ladies and gentlemen, Cal Ripken Jr. is the Iron Horse and deserves to be president. Thank you very much.
1 for Buchanan, 2 for Dole, 32 for Powell, 1 for Whitman, and 10 for Ripken. Minnesota cast 26 votes.
The state of Minnesota cast 6 for Forbes, 18 for Powell, and 2 for Tim Greco.
2 for Greco, 6 for Forbes, and 18 for Powell.
Is Tim Greco a student? He's not 35, he can't be president. So you need to get back up and recast those 2 votes.
Then Minnesota cast 6 for Forbes, 20 for Powell. Mississippi cast 24 votes.
Mississippi, the great state of the running river, would like to cast 22 votes for Colin Powell, 1 vote for Dan Quayle, and 1 vote for Christine Todd Whitman.
22 for Powell, 1 for Quayle, 1 for Whitman. Missouri casts 28 votes.
The great state of Missouri, the gateway to the West, the home of Budweiser, proudly gives 5 delegates to Bob Dole, 2 to Forbes, 2 to Kemp, 2 to Keyes, 3 to Cal Ripken, and 16 to the next President of the United States, Colin Powell.
5 for Dole, 2 for Forbes, 2 for Kemp, 2 for Keyes, 16 for Powell, and 3 for Ripken. Montana cast 8 votes.
Montana cast 4 for Powell, 3 for Rush Limbaugh, and 1 for Whitman.
4 for Powell, 1 for Whitman, and 3 for Limbaugh. We're doing the subtotal right now, so if you can wait a minute. I would just like to remind everyone that it takes 750 votes to nominate a person.
Right now, as you can see, Colin Powell is in the lead, and the votes have been scattered.
Yes, lots of division in the states. I'm not sure. We might have to go to a second vote. Is there a possibility of that?
There is that possibility. As you heard, they've been reminded that the candidates need 750 votes in order to win the nomination. So you might think that the delegates might try and pool their votes in light of some of the other candidates not really pulling ahead right now.
The largest state remaining is Texas with 91 votes, but it has many states have also nominated other people, such as our own Mr. Finnermeyer.
Yes, there was one vote for him.
Phil Lesh, the bassist from the Grateful Dead, and also John Shaft from movies such as Shaft and the Shaft television series.
And let's see what's happening now back on the floor.
Goal, 4 for Cal Ripken, 4 for Colin Powell, 4 for Dan Quayle, and 1 for Dr. John T. Myers.
Excuse me, can you repeat the last one, please?
1 for Dr. John T. Myers. English teacher, North Bend High School.
3 for Buchanan, 2 for Dole, 2 for Forbes, 4 for Powell, 4 for Quayle, 4 for Ripken, and 1 for Myers. Nevada cast 11 votes.
The great state of Nevada, home of the Hoover Dam, legalized gambling and prostitution, tokes up to a tune of 4 for Lamar Alexander, 1 for Colin Powell, and 6 for the great Kyle Ripken Jr.
Can you please repeat that, please?
Four for Lamar Alexander, 1 for Colin Powell, and 6 for Kyle Ripken.
4 for Alexander, 1 for Powell, 6 for Ripken. New Hampshire casts 11 votes.
Oh, New Hampshire, the Granite State, would like to vote 1 for Alexander, 2 for Dole, 1 for Forbes, 6 for Powell, and 1 for Ripken.
1 for Alexander, 2 for Dole, 1 for Forbes, 6 for Powell, 1 for Ripken.
Correct.
New Jersey cast 39 votes.
18 Ripken, 13 Buchanan, 2 Powell, 1 Forbes, 2 Roundtree, 2 for Quentin Tarantino, 1 for Frankie Myers III.
Excuse me, the total for Dole is incorrect. It should be 99, I believe.
New Jersey, can you please repeat that one more time?
The total for
Hold on, what do you want us to repeat?
The votes.
All of them?
Yeah.
Okay. 18 for Ripken, 13 for Buchanan, 2 for Powell, 1 for Forbes, 2 for Roundtree, and 2 for Quentin Tarantino, and 1 for Frankie Myers.
$13 for Buchanan, 1 for Forbes, 2 for Powell, 1 for Myers, 2 for Quentin Tarantino.
Is that all? Or do you want more? The speaker needs to speak clearly into the microphone. We cannot hear the last votes of that delegation. Will you do it one more time, please? Which ones? Frankie Myers? Who is that individual? What? Frankie Myers III. If he's a student, he must be 35 years of age to be nominated.
Frankie Myers III.
Is that a father?
Yeah.
He's a Republican?
Yeah.
Frankie Myers. Again, please repeat your total one more time. Slowly and clearly. 18 votes for Ripken. 13 votes for Buchanan. 2 votes for Powell. 1 vote for Forbes. 2 votes for Richard Roundtree. 2 votes for Quentin Tarantino. And 1 vote for Frankie Myers III. One last clarification. Who's Mr. Tarantino?
Hello, we're back, and things are still going on down there. It seems that we're about halfway through the voting process here, and right now, as the standings look, we've got Powell in front, followed by Kemp. Of course, the other gets stuck in there somewhere. We have then Dole and Forbes, and then Limbaugh. Some of the other candidates, I find this kind of funny and interesting today. We have, of course, our regular candidates, Whitman, Quayle, Buchanan, Keyes, and Alexander, also included along with some other very strange people.
Well, I wouldn't say strange. I never called John Schaff strange. Okay. I mean, John Schaff was one cool brother. I mean, Iowa. Iowa, you never think Iowa should cast all 20 votes. Delegates for Richard Roundtree.
We also have Lesh, Finnemeyer, Ripken, Cal Ripken there getting some votes. Dr. Myers, a teacher here at North Penn High School. Frank E. Myers III, not sure who he is. Clinton Tarantino, some very...
Cal Ripken also a very strong standing. Actually, other with 272 is beating some of the more serious candidates combined. And Colin Powell looking to run away with this thing, 495 delegates.
Yeah, but the problem is, will we get the majority for him to get through there?
And I think that's a good question to raise to our insiders, Ashish and Maureen in Studio B.
Thank you, Joel and Trish. And that is an interesting question. I was honestly very surprised about how much the other has taken over, and the surprising candidates such as Quentin Tarantino. And the Finnemeyer part, we had heard about it, but it was pretty much no surprise with a lot of the candidates.
Yeah, especially with Quentin Tarantino, the film producer who has had some movies out recently in the movies. Finnemeyer only getting 1 vote, which is sort of a surprise. I heard some inside information that maybe Nebraska was going to throw all their votes to Finnemeyer's way, but turns out that it hasn't happened. But right now, Powell has 495 and other has 200-something votes, and you need 750 votes to gain the nomination for the Republican Party. Powell is closing in on that, but if he doesn't get it, then, pardon our ignorance, we don't know what happens at that point. But there are about 1,500 or so delegates, and 750 need the majority. So
they'll have to do a revote. We know that.
There is. Okay.
Yes, there will be. They all have to vote again. This long process
Correct.
will be done again, and with the hope that people will change their votes, somehow sway them. So we'll see what happens. What do you think, Joel and Trish? Back in the newsroom.
Hi.
It's going to be something very exciting right now. But as a part of the New York delegation myself, I'd love to shed my vote for Richard Roundtree, aka John Shaft.
I'm sure you would.
Just talking about Shaft. Back to the convention floor.
The tellers are unable to hear the vote, so they need quiet so that they can hear each vote.
As you can see, Colin Powell is still in the lead with 562. Only needs 200 more votes to clinch the nomination.
He just gained 50-some votes from New York, and
Yes.
North Carolina just voted, and their vote was very split up between many different candidates.
It doesn't look like anyone is going to clinch the nomination this round.
Yeah, they'll take a lot more caucusing and a lot more deciding, and hopefully we've only seen a few states vote completely together. So most of the states have been split up. So I think what will happen is the states will go back into caucus, and there will probably be a lot of infighting because this is very important. Each state, each member has a candidate that they want, and they're going to have to do lots of persuasion. And hopefully when we come back here, probably for another vote, we'll see states voting more together, more as a whole than as split up as they are now.
Let's listen and see what's happening.
One for Buchanan, 5 for Dole, 1 for Forbes, 5 for Kemp, 10 for Powell, 2 for Quayle, 4 for Whitman, and 15 for Ripken. Oklahoma cast 29 votes.
Grand old state of Oklahoma, the Sooner State, the Boomer's Paradise, the state where Holly Botanic now lives, and a state which is sick of hearing about grasshoppers or their legs, cast 21 votes for Colin Powell and 8 for Dole.
8 for Dole, 21 for Powell.
Yes, ma'am.
Oregon cast 15 votes.
For Oregon, we have 1 for Keyes, 1 for Powell, 5 for Ripken, and 8 for John Shaft.
8 for Shaft, 1 for Keyes, 1 for Powell, and 5 for Ripken. Pennsylvania cast 54 votes.
Pennsylvania, the host of this convention and the home of Puxatawney Phil, cast one vote for Lamar Alexander, 3 votes for Jack Kemp, 4 votes for Dan Quayle, 5 votes for Whitman, and 1 vote for Cal Ripken, along with 39 votes for the great General Colin Powell.
1 for Alexander, 3 for Kemp, 39 for Powell, 4 for Quayle, 5 for Whitman, and 1 for Ripken.
We also have 1 for Keyes, ma'am.
And 1 for Keyes. Correction, for North Carolina, they cast 25 votes for Powell. Puerto Rico casts 11 votes.
Puerto Rico, home of Cardi Rum, votes 7 for Powell, 4 for Ripken.
7 for Powell, 4 for Ripken.
Excuse me, Mrs. Speaker.
It's the opinion of the TV crew that the Powell campaign should reach 693. Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, can you repeat that?
Other people keeping a tally say that the poll campaign should reach 693. Powell.
Nothing's final until the final tally. Rhode Island casts 12 votes.
Rhode Island votes 6 for Colin Powell, 4 for Cal Ripken, and 2 for Christy Whitman.
6 for Powell, 2 for Whitman, 4 for Ripken. South Carolina casts 23 votes.
South Carolina has 4 for Buchanan, 7 for Powell, and 1 for Shea.
One for Shaft, 4 for Kemp, and 4 for Powell. 7 for Powell. South Dakota cast 14 votes.
South Dakota, 11 for Dole, 2 for Powell, and 1 for Ripken.
I'm sorry, but we need a repeat on South Carolina.
South Carolina has 4 for Buchanan, 7 for Powell, and 1 for Shea.
I'm sorry, but that doesn't equal to 23.
The rest can go for Shea. We're going to hold for just a second to make sure the board is accurate. I'd like to ask you at this time to give a round of applause for those students in Mrs. Park's class who put together that entire slide presentation of those things. We appreciate what they did for us. They did that in about the last 3 or 4 days of their classes. We appreciate their graphic work.
And Powell is still in the lead.
They're checking the totals. The addition has been kind of back and forth because it's difficult to hear in here, and many times some totals have been changed also. So it's been kind of off and on with the numbers. So they're making a check of the numbers, but as it is, Colin Powell is in the lead. He's nearing the 750 votes, but not that many large states remain. We stopped around Rhode Island, I believe, to check the votes. So the only large state remaining is Texas. If most of Texas's votes do go to any one candidate, especially Colin Powell, it could turn the tide and possibly give him the 750 needed. But the way it's going with the divisions in the states, it doesn't look like any one candidate is going to get a majority of the vote.
Yes, Colin Powell's supporters seem to be rather conglomerated together. They seem to be unified and working towards getting Powell nominated. And the others, the Dole campaigns and the Keys and Alexander and Limbaugh and Ripken, they're all scattered. And so if anyone's going to clinch this nomination, there's going to need to be a more unified branch here at the convention.
And also, these delegates are showing to be more moderate conservatives. They're shying away, looks like, from Pat Buchanan. and his very conservative views, he's gotten marginal votes, not many, only a few here and there, nothing substantial. So mostly the story here has been Powell with some Dole and some support for other candidates such as Alexander and Keyes, but mostly it's been Powell.
Yes, and there has been some interesting support for people who I'm not quite sure are Republican, such as the bassist from the Grateful Dead.
Phil Lesh.
And it is those kinds of votes that unfortunately could send this into a second reign of balloting.
And also John Shaft got some support from my home state, Kentucky, which I would like to say hello to right over there. And some other candidates, Mr. Finnemeyer, also John Myers, got a vote from Nebraska, I believe.
Yes.
So some teachers and another important people, but most of the vote has been Powell.
So now let's take a look back at what's happening up at the studio.
Jesse, right now, Lauren Azamek, a package on the delegates and who they're going to vote for as we're in the middle of ballot calling.
Presidential nominees. Pins, hats, posters, stickers all decorate the building supporting various candidates. Apparently there's a wide range of support amongst the delegates.
Support Colin Powell because he is really down to earth and he works for the middle class, which, I mean, most people in the school are middle class people and their views are pretty the same.
I'm voting for Dan Quayle because I think he has experience and he'll do a good job in the presidency because he's been around.
I'm voting for Dole.
I'm voting for Kemp because I think he's the real choice because everything that he says seems to be true. And a lot of other people, they seem like they're just saying it to get elected.
For Cal Ripken just because the point that he'd be on the job every day just for everybody. It's more of a statement than like an actual vote. If Colin Powell was running, I'd vote for him, but I'd have to say Cal Ripken's the man these days.
Obviously, the views for the presidential candidates are very wide and diverse, and I guess by the end of today, we'll see who the majority rule is. For North Penn Television, I'm Lauren Azamek.
And we're back. There are still a couple of states that still need to vote. I'm not sure exactly where they are down on the floor, but as we left them, we still needed South Dakota with 14 votes, and all the way to Wyoming with 16 votes.
But I think what we're most fighting for here is Texas. 91 votes at stake here. Colin Powell's nomination rests right there on that state. We'll see if they can unify there to try and get this nomination done. Back to Asher and Jesse on the convention floor.
And we're back here on the floor where Texas has just cast 41 votes for Powell, and the majority of their other votes, 22 I believe, going to Dan Quayle. The other votes split it among some of the other candidates.
But Texas, with its 91 votes, a good portion of their votes going to Powell, but still, most of their other votes were split up, and that's not really a good sign. There's no real unity among the states, as we've mentioned before. But we're having the last few states vote here, Utah through Wyoming to still vote. So now let's go down to the floor and see what the final few totals are.
1 for Newt Gingrich, 1 for Lesh, 1 for Stern, 1 for Buchanan, 2 for Kemp, 1 for Keyes, 2 for Powell, 4 for Ripken, and 9 for Limbaugh.
Unfortunately, Howard Stern ran an election as a libertarian. You cannot nominate Howard Stern. Be quiet.
He wants it for Rush Limbaugh then.
Excuse me, Ms. Speaker. I have a question here. We think you got your numbers mixed up for here, Texas. Could you repeat them, please?
Okay, repeat it.
All right, thank you. Alexander, 2 votes. Buchanan, 8. Dole, 1. Forbes, 2. Keyes, 1. Powell, 41. Quayle, 23. Ripken, 12. And Whitman, 1. Is that correct?
Okay. Texas cast 2 for Alexander, 8 for Buchanan, 1 for Dole, 2 for Forbes, 1 for Keyes, 41 for Powell, 23 for Quayle, 1 for Whitman, and 12 for Ripken, correct?
Yeah, that is correct. Thank you, Darla.
Vermont cast 9 votes.
From the great state of Vermont, the Green Mountain State. And for great maple syrup and skiing, cast 4 for Kemp, 2 for Powell, and 3 for our very own Brian Quested.
I'm flattered, but I can't be president. I'm not 35.
3 for Ripken.
4 for Kent, 2 for Powell, and 3 for Ripken. The Virgin Islands cast 4 votes.
Virgin Islands cast 4 votes for Powell.
4 for Powell. Virginia cast 44 votes.
Virginia cast 2 for Buchanan, 1 for Forbes, 19 for Ripken, 1 for Rush, 3 for Powell, 8 for Whitman, 4 for Michael Jordan, and 6 for Dr. Jack Kevorkian.
Can you please say that slower?
Buchanan, 2, Forbes, 1, Ripken, 19, Rush, 1, Powell, 3, Whitman, 8, Michael Jordan, 4, Dr. Jack Kevorkian, 6.
2 for Buchanan, 1 for Forbes, 3 for Powell, 8 for Whitman, 19 for Ripken, 1 for Limbaugh.
Wait, can I interrupt you for a second? Michael Jordan's not 35 yet, so can you change that to Pamela Anderson?
Quiet, please. 2 for Buchanan, 1 for Forbes, 3 for Powell, 8 for Whitman, 19 for Ripken, 1 for Limbaugh, 4 for Anderson, and 6 for Kevorkian. Washington cast...
Whitman was 8?
Yeah, I said that. Washington cast 29 votes.
Washington cast 4 votes for Alexander, 3 votes for Dole, 3 votes for Kemp, 5 votes for Powell, 4 votes for Ripken, and 10 for Whitman.
4 for Alexander, 3 for Dole, 3 for Kent, 5 for Powell, 10 for Whitman, and 4 for Ripken. West Virginia cast 14 votes.
Virginia cast 13 votes for Johnny Blaze and 1 vote for Dolly Parton.
For Glaze and 1 for Trump. Glaze, I mean.
13 for Johnny Blaze and 1 for Dolly Parton.
Correction. 13 for Blaze and 1 for Parton. Wisconsin cast 28 votes.
Wisconsin, home to over 4.5 million cheese-eating citizens, would like to proudly cast 1 vote for Lamar Alexander, 1 vote for Bob Dole, 5 votes for Dan Quayle, 1 vote for Cal Ripken Jr., 1 vote for Shaft, and 19 votes for the next President of the United States, Colin Powell.
One for Alexander, 1 for Dole, 19 for Powell, 5 for Quayle, 1 for Ripken, and 1 for Shaft. Wyoming cast 16 votes.
The cattle driving, beef slamming, good cooking, and fine looking state of Wyoming casts
1 for Alexander, 1 for Forbes, 5 for Keyes, 1 for Limbaugh, and 5 for Powell,
and 3 for Johnny Blaze! And North Carolina rocks.
1 for Alexander, 1 for Forbes, 5 for Keyes, 5 for Powell, 1 for Limbaugh, and 3 for Blaze. Okay, thank you.
We don't have a winner at this time for the nomination for president. So we'll ask that you caucus with your state for about 5 minutes. We'll start the second ballot. If any of the larger states need to use the gyms to caucus, you need to see one of the teachers. So you can go.
I have a question. How many times are you going to go through 600s before you get to 700 for Powell?
Well, we've been using a calculator back here, and it adds up numbers.
Down there talking about using calculators to add numbers.
Nice.
Good job. We have a very interesting package here by Kim Warner on candidates and how they're not equal to their platform that was approved yesterday, which is kind of interesting. For instance, would Powell, if he was elected, support such a platform that was approved yesterday?
Platform conformity, I think.
Yeah,
How
kind
it
of
should be
weird.
titled. Kim Warner.
In our second day of convention coverage, delegates are now trying to decide which candidate they're going to endorse. The question is, will their issues that they stand for be compatible with the platform that we as North Penn students have agreed upon?
Tennessee, we're from Tennessee, and Tennessee is all voting for Lamar except one person, Alexander Lamar. He fits everything that we're trying to fix, and such as the budget. For Tennessee, for the past 8 years, he balanced the budget. He also wants equal rights with everyone, which is most important. He wants equality, not people to have special rights because of their race or their color or their religion or anything else. Just everyone have equal rights. He's just what we're for. He's he's better than all the people that are on there, like Quayle, who doesn't believe in single mothers, or Buchanan, who thinks Hitler was a good leader. You know, we want someone who's going to be there for the people like us, and that's why we're voting for Lamar.
I support Robert Dole because he agrees on education, he's for big businesses, and he's for conservation, and I think that's what we need as a president.
There is definitely time for change. She's low taxes, education, and, you know, and she's a good person, I think. She's proven herself with New Jersey, so, you know, maybe she can do good with the rest of the United States. So, vote for Portman.
As you can see, everybody has varying opinions on candidates' positions. The question is, who will win? Stay tuned to decide. I'm Kim Warner from North Penn Television.
Hello, we're back here. Good package. Thanks, Kim.
We're going to run through delegate totals right now. Get that up. As you can see, Dole, 99. Forbes, 30. Kemp, 101. Rush Limbaugh, 32 delegates right now, leading all delegates. Colin Powell, 697, and 546 for other.
That's kind of interesting. You think with Dole being a not up as high as we originally thought when they were projecting yesterday. But we have Powell in front, and Kemp and Dole have been battling back and forth for a while here, and it seems that Dole might have edged Kemp out a little bit here, and for the second place type spot. And then we have Limbaugh and Forbes named candidates, and they're also kind of competing back and forth.
So the roll call of delegates just ended, and Colin Powell, who led all delegates, came up 53 short of getting the Republican nomination. In Studio B, Hashish and Maureen, what to do now?
Yes. I mean, this
close.
is very close. Welcome back once again. 53 vote delegates. It's not a lot. I mean, compared.
It may sound like a lot.
It may sound a lot. I mean, over 1,500 delegates that are there. 53. A few here if they'd for Richard Roundtree, a.k.a. Shaft. Cal Ripken, if he wasn't a factor, Powell would have won. Considering, say, if Powell does gain the Republican nomination, that completely changes the whole election for the presidency. It switches from a conservative against a moderate, from a moderate Republican and a moderate Democrat. Now, this changes the whole view and outlook of the election. Maureen, what do you think? I'm totally confused about what's going to happen now.
I'd have to agree. I think it would just change the outlook of many, I think, voters, and I'm just kind of almost, you could say, looking forward to the next vote to see what happens, because I'm waiting to see if people will be willing to change their vote on the next vote.
Yeah, I think so. Once they come back from their caucuses, there should be a change. And back to the election upcoming after, if Powell does run, like I said before, they're both moderates, and their views are very similar. And Clinton coming in with maybe the reputation and with the budget battle and a few other things that have gone on may not have as high a reputation as Powell, who has just come in a few years ago from the war, and he has that aura of him of being a general, a leader, may edge Clinton out and may have more of a chance of beating Clinton than any other candidate in the field right now. So with that, I'll kick it back to Joel and Trish in the main studio. Thank you once again.
We're going to take it down to the floor now with Asher and Jesse. What's going on down there, fellows?
Okay, now welcome back to the convention floor. Most recent developments, Quayle's chairman has asked the delegates to support Powell instead of Quayle.
Yes, Quayle's people have thrown their support to Powell. There's also been some controversy as to the adding that's been going on.
Yes, some trouble with the numbers, the hearing, and things like that.
The Powell contention, I understand, believes that there was 100 counts missed somewhere along the line in the adding. And we'll see what's happening with that right now as we return. Right now what's happening is the delegates have broken back up into caucuses to recast votes. And one would expect Powell to come out the victor in this from the way that the votes looked. He only missed it, according to their adding, by 60 votes. Certainly he should be able to clinch those.
Some states are in caucus now in the convention hall. Some states are off in larger places. We now have a bulletin here just handed to me. Steve Forbes is out of the race. Steve Forbes is now supporting Colin Powell. That is the latest breaking news just handed to us here on the news desk here.
So certainly with the Quayle contingent supporting him and with the Forbes contingent supporting him, Colin Powell should have no difficulties clinching the nomination here on this second ballot.
Yeah, there was a lot of states were divided, but if Powell and Forbes do now, if Quayle and Forbes do now support Powell, then he will definitely have enough votes for the nomination. And the way it looks is this very moderate convention is now supporting Colin Powell, man with military experience. Some people say he doesn't have enough governmental experience, but the delegates here are putting their trust in Colin Powell. They believe he is the only man that can beat Bill Clinton.
Yes, and the question still remains, with Powell as the presidential nominee, who will they elect as vice president? There's certainly a lot of hopefuls still left over.
There was a lot of talk, I know before, about Christie Whitman, the Republicans feeling that they could possibly have a stronger ticket with a woman, as the Democrats did a few years ago when they ran Geraldine Ferraro for vice president along with Walter Mondale. But so that is also a possibility that's been talked about for a while. But the many candidates here all with very distinct possibilities of running for vice president. But
Well, let's take it back to the floor and see what's happening down there.
Steve Forbes has officially dropped out. He supports Colin Powell. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'd like to invite Senator to the mic to do the second ballot.
Alabama cast 33 votes.
The Heart of Dixie votes 1 for Dole, 2 for Kemp, 17 for Powell, 2 for Shaft, and 11 for Ripken.
1 for Dole, 2 for Kemp, 17 for Powell, 11 for Ripken, and 1 for Shaft.
2 for Powell. Shaft, sorry.
Correction, 2 for Shaft. Alaska cast 16 votes.
Alaska, the state of the Great Moose, would like to cast 15 votes for Colin Powell and 1 for Bob Dole.
15 for Powell, 1 for Dole. American Samoa cast 2 votes.
The Great Islands of American Samoa cast 2 votes for Colin Powell.
2 for Powell.
We're back, and we have an interview here down in Studio B with Ashish. Ashish, who do we have there?
Oh, today we're honored to have,
technical
we're
difficulties.
honored to have June Choi, one of the campaign co-managers of the Powell campaign, and Amy Jennings, one of the campaign co-managers for Jack Kemp. Very close, 53 delegates, extremely close. As I mentioned before, a few here and there from Shaft and Kemp, from Cal Ripken, and you would have had the nomination. What are your feelings?
I thought we had the nomination. At the time, I wasn't keeping a close tally, so I thought we had around 800 delegates. However, the tallies tell me that after rechecking everything, it's 697. And I think that's, it's sort of frustrating that we didn't get it the first time, because the second ballot brings in a lot of, different things. But I think that with the support of most of the other candidates, I think Kemp and Quayle and several of the other candidates are supporting us. I think we can win the nomination this second ballot.
And with that, Amy, Kemp, in the beginning, before Powell really started coming in with the delegate votes, Kemp was one of the strong runners. Are you now throwing your support towards Powell?
My fellow co-managers and I have discussed a little, and they said that people were throwing their support to Kemp. And before we tried to support Powell because they're both moderate, and we just want to get a nomination for someone who has similar beliefs.
I see. Well, we're just about out of time. We'll kick it back to Joel and Trish. Thank you, June Choi, for Colin Powell, and Amy Jennings for Jack Kemp. And good luck to both of you. Thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you.
We're back. Hello. Things kind of interesting here. We're in the middle of a second vote down on the floor. And
it looks to be a very interesting vote, as June Choi said, and Asher and Jesse were talking about. Steve Forbes, Jack Kemp, and Dan Quayle, surprising, has dropped out of the race and thrown.
And we're back here at the floor, where Powell is receiving overwhelming support from the states. California cast all 132 of its delegate votes to Colin Powell.
Yes. And what we predicted earlier is happening.
Yes.
After the first ballot, the states are showing more unity. They're more likely now voting together. There hasn't been a lot of separation, and more states are voting straight Powell.
Yes, it's very exciting here. So let's go to the floor and listen to what's happening.
11 for Kemp, 11 for Powell, 1 for Quayle, and 10 for Whitman. Guam casts 4 votes.
Guam casts 4 votes for Colin Powell.
4 for Powell. Hawaii casts 23 votes.
The beautiful islands of Hawaii, home of lots of pineapples, and Hawaii 5-0 cast all of its votes for Mr. Colin Powell.
23 for Powell. Idaho casts 9 votes.
Great state of Idaho, where we roll and smoke our grasshoppers. We cast 9 votes for Colin Powell.
1 for Mr. Watt.
One for Dole, 1 for Kemp, 51 for Powell, 2 for Ripken, and 1 for Watson. Indiana cast 41 votes.
Indiana, the home of the Hoosiers, the great crossroads of America, casts 2 votes for Cheech and 39 for the next president, Colin Powell.
39 for Powell and 2 for Cheech. Iowa cast 20 votes.
All 20 for Poll.
All 20 for Powell. Please have all the chairperson of your delegation come to the mic. Kansas cast 24 votes.
Kansas votes 2 for Dole, 4 for Phil Lesh, 11 for Powell, 2 for Ripken, 1 for Shaft, and 4 for Whitman.
Excuse me, can you please repeat that?
2 for Dole, 4 for Lesh, 11 for Powell, 2 for Ripken, 1 for Shaft, and 4 for Whitman.
One for Lash, 2 for Dole, 11 for Powell, 4 for Whitman, 2 for Ripken, and 1 for Shaft. 4 for Phil Lesh, excuse me. Kentucky cast 21 votes.
Kentucky really appreciates everyone's support for John Shaft, who is now going to be running for vice president under the next president of the United States, Colin Powell, who Kentucky gives all its 21 votes for. Wait, no. 1 vote goes to Lamar Alexander.
1 for Alexander, 20 for Powell. Louisiana cast 24 votes.
Louisiana has all 24 going to Colin Powell.
24 for Powell. Maine cast 18 votes.
The great state of Maine, home of Henry Wadsworth Longfellow and Stephen King, casts 18 votes for Colin Powell.
18 for Powell. Maryland cast 27 votes.
State of Maryland, which may not be that great, but at least it's not Pennsylvania. Cast 24 votes for Colin Powell, 2 votes for Chrissy Todd Whitman, and 1 vote for our eternal leader, H. James Fittemeyer.
24 for Powell, 2 for Whitman, and 1 for Fittemeyer. Massachusetts cast 33 votes. 35, I'm sorry.
Massachusetts, who worships Mr. Fittemeyer as a god, votes 10 for Dole, 17 for Powell,
8 for Ripken. 8 for Ripken. He is God.
10 for Dole, 17 for Powell, and 8 for Ripken. Michigan casts 46 votes.
2 votes for Dole, 31 for Powell, 13 for Ripken.
2 for Dole, 31 for Powell, and 13 for Ripken.
Correction, 1 vote for Priscilla, Queen of the Desert.
Minnesota cast 26 votes.
Minnesota has all 26 for Colin Powell.
26 for Powell. Mississippi cast 24 votes.
Mississippi, the heart of the South, casts all 24 votes for Colin Powell.
24 for Powell. Missouri cast 28 votes.
Great state of Missouri, the gateway to the West, the home of Budweiser, a state that's better than Nebraska, proudly casts 2 votes to Kemp, 2 votes to Cal Ripken, and 24 to the man who's going to lead us into the next century, Colin Powell.
2 for Kemp, 24 for Powell, and 2 for Ripken. Montana cast 8 votes.
Montana cast all 8 votes for Colin Powell.
8 for Powell. Nebraska cast 20 votes.
In the absence of our leader, I will cast our votes. The Grand Agrarian Empire of Nebraska casts all 20 votes to Colin Powell.
20 for Powell. Nevada cast 11 votes.
Nevada, the great state of Nevada has no grass or grasshoppers to worry about. Cast 8 votes for Powell, 2 for Ripken, and 1 for Sandler.
Wait.
8 for Powell, 2 for Ripken,
He didn't win yet.
and 1 for Samuels.
Adam Sandler.
New Hampshire cast 11 votes.
New Hampshire cast 1 vote for Dole and the remaining 10 for Colin Powell.
1 for Dole, 10 for Powell. New Jersey cast 39 votes.
New Jersey votes 20 for Powell, 9 for Ripken, and 10 for Charles Manson.
Excuse me, can you repeat the last person?
Charles Manson.
10 for Manson, 20 for Powell, and 9 for Ripken.
Yeah.
As he has more than 750 votes, it appears that Colin Powell will be our 1996 Republican nomination for president.
And it's official. Colin Powell
has won the nomination of this convention for the presidency.
Yes, well, it was New Jersey that put him over the top, the 750 votes.
Yes. And Colin Powell will take the lead, has taken it.
Yes.
Has won the pot and all. So definitely the support of the Quayle and Forbes groups has undoubtedly given Powell this extra boost.
That he needed.
Certainly the Powell group is very excited now.
Yes, we see more unity among the states.
Yes.
Some candidates deciding, some candidates and their campaign managers deciding to run for vice president instead of president, seeing that Colin Powell is the one who the Republican Party and the Republican delegates believe can beat Bill Clinton. We all went something interesting. We saw Arkansas, Bill Clinton's home state, all vote for Powell. So them Arkansas delegates probably knowing Bill Clinton the most, voting for the man they think who could beat him, Colin Powell.
And it's now official. The vote has been taken. Colin Powell has won it. So now what will happen is these groups will break into their caucuses again for a period of time. And when they return, there will be debate on the vice presidential nominee.
Yes, so return to caucuses once again. But the ultimate decision has been made. Colin Powell versus Bill Clinton will be the showdown in 1996 presidential race.
And now back to Joel and Trish in the studio.
Thank you, guys. Thanks very much. That's very exciting. I'm so glad that it only took 2 votes to do.
Yes.
750, we have a definite presidential running here. And here are our tallies up here. We have Dole with a whopping 18 votes, Kemp with 16, Powell with our winner at 768, Ripken with 63, and other 44. Very, very exciting.
Powell versus Clinton in 96.
Yeah, how do you think that's going to work out, though, Joe? Do you think?
It's not really important how I feel. I think it's important to go down to Studio B and see how Ashish and Maureen feel about that.
Okay.
Well, thank you for the honor, Joel.
Yes, thank you very much.
Much appreciate your compliments down here. I'm sure I do, and I'm positive
Yes,
that Maureen does.
very much
Very
so.
exciting. It's Powell versus Clinton. A little bit unsure in the
Yes.
first count, but in the second count,
Well, that just kind of took over there.
yeah, Powell wins with a landslide, and it now what's to be decided is the vice presidential candidate, and there is some strong support for Whitman.
Yes, I've heard that from quite a few people that Whitman has been talked about a lot for the vice presidential candidate.
Yes, and there are some wildfire rumors of some other candidates maybe being nominated, but as of right now, Whitman seems to be the front runner, but that's to be decided, so I hope you stay tuned this afternoon. It was an exciting morning. It should be an exciting afternoon. Definitely, yeah. So I know I'm very excited. This is how it is. And we'll send it back to Joel and Trish up in the studio.
Are you still there? Can you still hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
What happened to the Dark Horse campaign from H. James Finnemeier?
That was a surprise.
That was a surprise. Yesterday after school, I was
Yeah.
speaking with some people trying to get an inside scoop on the story, and it seemed as if Mr. Finnemeier was going to come away with a lot of delegates, but it just never really panned out for him.
However, Joel, we still have the vice presidential nominee, so we'll see what happens there. He might
Excellent
reappear
point,
for
yes.
us there.
We'll see.
You never know.
And I'm sure the school and this community would be proud to have Mr. Finnemeier serve as the Vice President of the United States of America. So we'll just have to wait and see.
What do you think as far as the vice presidential nominee is concerned?
Who do you think is the...
That's such a good question. There are so many people left to run now, especially with all these other candidates that they threw in here last time.
I think Forbes, Kemp, and Quayle, you think maybe a little underhandedness going on here, jumping out of the race, throwing their support to the man who's obviously going to get the nomination.
Maybe getting their support back from him,
looking
saying,
for a favor.
this is who I want, please, for my vice president campaign
I don't know.
person. Maybe.
I did earlier throw my support to John Shaft, and again, I will do that. I am going out on a limb for the vice presidential candidate because I feel he's probably the best person for the job. Also, I heard Colin Powell, a good man, but if John Shaft is his running mate, I mean, I think that's someone who can speak to the underclass.
Okay, Joe.
Can speak to the underclass of America.
Moving on.
Now,
with the other people that can still run for vice president left over from our original campaign, we spoke to their campaign managers yesterday. We have Whitman, we have Buchanan, which we really haven't seen much support for. We have Kemp, we have Alexander, Dole, Forbes, Keyes, and of course there will probably be some spotlights in there from some unusual names, but we'll see what happens. Do you want to recap today's events today? We have lots of exciting stuff going on, some heated debates, some speeches from our candidates.
That's right, 11:15. We are starting, lunch for the delegates, and caucuses start now, at which way they will be discussing the vice presidential candidate. And going to be some serious talk there.
Serious talk. And we're going to end with some closing remarks, and it says down here on our schedule, an acceptance speech by the candidates, closing remarks, and then they're writing a letter to the candidate. They're writing a letter to Colin Powell about the fact that we chose him to be the leader for the Republican Party here.
Well, okay.
Yes.
I think that's about it.
We will see you at 12:45.
Yes,
That's
approximately 90 minutes from now, so... Have a beverage, take some lunch. We will see you 12:45 live right here on NPTV.
Thank you for watching the 1996 Republican Convention.
Great.
And welcome back to North Penn High School's live coverage of the 1996 simulated Republican National Convention. When we last joined you, Colin Powell was nominated for the Republican candidacy for President of the United States. Joel Brown and Trish Williams joining you here.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to send it down to Maureen Peters because she has two very interesting interviewees. Maureen?
Thank you very much, Trish and Joel. And with us today, we have Rob Fournier, who is the delegate from Missouri, and Tony Fiala, who is the delegate from Arizona. Tony, the first question I'm going to ask is going to be towards Tony. What is with the hat?
Well, this is a cowboy hat generously donated to me by Mike McCrae to wear to represent Arizona the best I can. So that's what it is. It's a little big, so I'll take it off. so it doesn't hit Rob.
Thanks very much.
Thanks.
Really adds to your character. But guys, first question would have to be about what is it like down there on the floor? Is it really intense, or it seems
it's
intense?
heated. It's very heated.
Is it really?
You have tempers flaring, people going nuts over the issues.
Mhm.
Oh, it's incredibly intense. It's like the stock market floor. It's that intense.
Is that intense?
Yes.
Now, do you think it's somewhat realistic as compared to what Congress is really like?
Oh yeah, I've never been to Congress, but I can definitely say that it is just like it.
Well, with the exception of Shaft.
Yeah.
I don't think Shaft would have been nominated. However, as fine a candidate as Shaft is, he will be running for vice president now. So I find it unlikely that Shaft would get nominated in a real Republican convention. However, we're trying to set forth Republican ideas, and many people aren't Republican.
Well, as far as your states are concerned, Arizona and Missouri, who do you think that most of their vice presidential nomination votes will go to?
As Arizona, I don't know. We're split a lot. We're split over the president, and we'll probably be split over the vice president. I know some will go for Cal Ripken Jr., and some will probably go for Christy Whitman. I don't know who else.
I think the real shocker in this one is going to be H. James Finnemeyer,
Really?
the outstanding teacher from North Penn High School. I think he could shock a lot of people with his views on politics. You look for Finnemeyer. I think he's the dark horse in this
for vice president, you
Republican
really think
vice
Finnemeyer?
president race, yes.
Huh, that's very interesting. That's one thing Tony mentioned, that the splitting up, I think we were all quite surprised at how split up all the votes seem to be between states. But how do you two feel about that? Did you think they were going to be more unified than that?
Yeah, I think that all the addition of all the extra nominees and candidates split a lot of voters. You know, Shaft was introduced by D.C. and Kentucky, and that split a lot of voters.
I feel that as many fine nominees as we had, I think that Colin Powell was definitely the right man for the job. However, all of the fine candidates, such as Cal Ripken Jr., and you even saw Shaft, and you even saw Dr. Jack Kevorkian got mentioned. So just a plethora of people nominated for president. But I think you saw the best man win out in the end.
I'd have to agree with you there. Thank you two very much for being here with us today. And now we're going to send you back to Trish and Joel at the newsroom.
Hi, we have a package for you from Laura Nasmick on the candidates.
Presidential and vice presidential nominees. Pins, hats, posters, stickers all decorate the building supporting various candidates. Apparently there's a wide range of support amongst the delegates.
Support Colin Powell because he is really down to earth, and he works for the middle class, which, I mean, most people in the school are middle class people, and their views are pretty the same.
So I'm voting for Dan Quayle because I think he has experience and he'll do a good job in the presidency because he's been around.
I'm voting for Dole.
I'm voting for Kemp because I think he's the real choice, because everything that he says seems to be true. And a lot of other people, they seem like they're just saying it to get elected.
For Cal Ripken, just because the point that he'd be on the job every day just for everybody. It's more of a statement than like an actual vote. If Colin Powell was running, I'd vote for him, but I'd have to say Cal Ripken's the man these days.
Obviously, the views for the presidential candidates are very wide and diverse, and I guess by the end of today, we'll see who the majority rule is. For North Penn Television, I'm Laura Nasmick.
Laura Nasmick, and the candidates, what the students felt about it. As you see, the students have made their choice. Colin Powell, the Republican candidate for President of the United States.
And we'll see very soon, the vice presidential nominating and balloting will be coming up in the near future. So we'll see what comes out of that. There's a lot of different people out there to vote for.
Different people. Good segue to our next segment with Maureen and Hashish, Kentucky. Right back in Studio B.
Welcome back. Another exciting morning and soon to be exciting afternoon as the VP will be nominated. Here right now I have Aaron Skolin from Kentucky, one of the delegates. Things are getting pretty rowdy down there. What was your take on this whole thing? I mean, with the attempt on Brian Quested's on his safety and then the recount of the votes twice. I mean, what's your take on this?
I think what we're seeing here mainly is that our high school does not represent what government is like. Government is there's a lot of diversity there. It's starting to get like it. But in our high school, I mean, you have everybody. You have the real community here, and that's why all the votes are going every way. That's why everybody's so angry at each other. That's why everything's going crazy, right? Because the government, at least in my eyes, does not represent the people the way it is made to. You know, I mean, they try the best they can, but it's not working. And here, we're representing ourselves, and that's why nothing's getting done, you know, because we're all so different, and there's just, we're not going to, like, I think we found some common ground with Colin Powell, but I think that's, like, at least with Kentucky, we were pushing for Shaft for president, but we knew that wasn't going to work. So we just said, okay, Colin Powell. Personally, I don't think Colin Powell would be a good president. But the heat and the anger was just getting too great, and so we kind of gave in.
There seemed to be a lot of diversity as far as candidates who were mentioned, such as you mentioned Shaft, and I think they had Quentin Tarantino at one point in time that mentioned it. And you had expressed to me before this that there was a reason for all these different candidates.
Yeah, I think a lot of people bring up certain candidates as a joke, okay? But in my case and my state's case, we brought up Shaft as one thing. It started off as just kind of a joke. I mean, Shaft, you know, he's one bad mother. But basically what it is it's a symbol, okay? We're trying to send out this message like we did yesterday with the whole marijuana thing. Okay, we sent the message to our administrators and to the country that the majority of North Penn High School, whether they smoke marijuana or not or use it, is for the legalization of it, and that's just a fact. That's just a fact. That's how we think. Okay, and I think, okay, today we're representing with Shaft the way that we.
Okay, sorry to interrupt, Aaron, but we're just about out of time. And as Aaron was saying, if you want your view focused, go out and vote. If you haven't registered, go for it. We'll send it back to Joel and Trish in the studios.
We're not Republicans.
Thank you very much down there. We are going to the floor now to see what's going on down there.
Asher and Jesse are standing by.
And we're back here at the floor where the delegates are getting ready to come back to nominate a vice presidential candidate.
In their caucuses, they were treated to the aptly themed movie Dave about the president and presidential matters. So that's what they are finishing watching now. They were probably discussing about who's going to be vice president. That is probably going to be a lot more up in the air than the presidential election was. It's official. Colin Powell is going to be the Republican nominee for president in 1996, facing Bill Clinton. The only decision left for these delegates here is to choose the vice president. There are many other people who probably would not have run for president that are now running for vice president. So more choices, more candidates should make it for a very interesting election. And I predict that we won't see a nomination on the first ballot. I believe there'll probably have to be some more voting, probably 2 ballots to get a definitive vice presidential nominee.
Yes, I think the vice presidential nomination is going to be much more hotly contested than the presidential one was. Colin Powell, from the beginning, really dominated the election, even on the first ballot. I think the voting is going to be much more split this time, and I think we're going to see some rather unlikely possibilities in the running for vice president, and possibly with a strong following.
Yes, because some candidates not wanting to run for president, probably some of the more unorthodox candidates, some of the more candidates that are being nominated because of the real lack of choices in the Republican Party. As this very moderate Republican convention has been voicing their positions, and electing Colin Powell, nominating him to run against Bill Clinton was definitely a statement, showing that they support him, even though he does not have a lot of legislative experience. Like many other presidents, Eisenhower, going back to the Civil War, Grant, many presidents, and back to the first president, Washington. History has shown that presidents who are generals in the Army have a very good record when running for president. So Bill Clinton has his work cut out for him in the campaign, I believe.
And the question, of course, is the vice presidential nominee. When Colin Powell was running on the second ballot, people like Quayle and Forbes threw their votes into Powell's hat. And the question, of course, is will Powell supporters returning kind? Will they support Quayle and Forbes the way that Quayle and Forbes supported Colin Powell? The question remains to be answered.
Yes.
The way our afternoon is looking right now, we have the vice presidential nominating and balloting. Then that'll be followed by closing remarks. This consists of the acceptance speeches, the closing remarks, letters to the candidate. As you know, Colin Powell will be invited by Chairman Questad to come and speak here at North Penn. So, and hopefully he'll accept the invitation, although...
If he does decide to come and speak to the delegates here at North Penn High School, I'm sure we'll be broadcasting it on NPTV.
Most definitely.
Yes, we'll continue this live coverage of the second and final day of the 1996 Mock Republican Convention.
And back to the news set.
Thank you, Joel.
That was
we
Jesse.
I know. Joel, we have a package here from Mr. Finnemeyer again.
Yep, again.
Finnemeyer, Coordinator of Student Activities here at North Penn High School. We welcome you to viewing the simulated Republican National Convention held by our students here at the high school on March 13th and 14th, 1996. The convention developed from an idea back in 1976 from a group of government students here at North Penn High School. Beginning with that convention in 1976, the Social Studies Department has done conventions such as this every 4 years, this being the 6th in a series of conventions. We've been very fortunate in that when we began selecting the conventions, we began by selecting the party that was out of office in 1976, the Democratic Party, to do our very first convention. In alternating between Democrats and Republicans every 4 years, it brings us to this convention today. Again, like every one of the other conventions, a convention for the party who is not holding the White House at the present time. We hope you enjoy watching our students as they debate issues facing the nation. The opening of our convention here on Wednesday will feature a number of political speakers that we've invited from the Republican Party here in Montgomery County. That will be followed by various convention rules and convention procedures, the election of a permanent chairman for the convention, one of our seniors, Brian Questad. Students will also be breaking for caucus meetings, small group meetings. Caucus meetings for groups as small as American Samoa, with 2 delegates at our convention, or caucus meetings for California for 132 students in 1 meeting. These caucuses combine various social studies classes from juniors and seniors in our building. The students in their caucus time will be debating a platform, a 27-part platform written by some of our senior government students and reviewed by various other student groups here in the building over the past month. Certainly we will not be able to discuss all the issues on that 27-part platform. Our delegation chairmen have selected probably 10 or 12 key issues that they believe students will be most interested in discussing. Beginning on Wednesday morning, in caucuses, those discussions will be held. After a 45-minute caucus session, students will be coming back to our auditorium. We will be involving over 1,600 students in this process. Our auditorium has been decorated to look like a convention center. Microphones are placed on the main floor and in the balcony so that students have access to those microphones so that they may debate, amend, and certainly discuss various issues facing the country. At the conclusion of each time block for debate, there will be a vote taken as to whether or not our North Penn students would like to put this in the Republican platform. Following lunch, our students will return back to the auditorium and will be having additional platform debates and platform discussions. At the end of our day, we'll have all of our students returning to their homerooms, at which point they will be filling out a survey on how they feel personally about 10 or 12 issues facing the country. We hope to release this survey to the media. Day 2 of our convention will feature the process of nominating a President and Vice President of the United States. Over the past 4 weeks, we have had campaigns being run and organized here at North Penn High School for about 9 Republican candidates. Some of them are names known to you as contenders for the presidency at this time. Others, legitimate Republicans, have also been selected by some of our students as individuals that they would like to campaign for. Individuals such as Dan Quayle, Colin Powell, Jack Kemp, Christy Todd Whitman are some of the additional individuals that we expect to have nominated on Thursday as part of the convention. Following the nomination process, a roll call of the states, speeches for those various candidates, our students again will go into caucus sessions and will decide how they want to vote on the first ballot. We'll have a teller's board on the main stage to be able to keep tally of how the votes go. The official vote count is 1,548 voting delegates as the convention. 750 votes will be necessary to elect a president and then vice president of the United States. That's what the convention will look like as we proceed throughout the day on Thursday. In addition to our student delegates who are voting delegates, we have an entire staff of students who have organized various aspects of this convention. Secondly, we have a group of sergeant of arms who are our own security force for the convention that you would see in any convention hall. Our students enjoy the idea of somewhat playing the role of the Secret Service. We've invited the media here, and we're very, very anxious to show off the many, many good things our students have done as they prepared for this exciting opportunity that comes once every 4 years. Some of our goals for this activity include acquainting our students with the entire political process in this very highly political season. We also hope that we are giving them a really great opportunity to discuss critical issues facing the country in 1996. Certainly, we want them to see how difficult it is at times to compromise some of their views, to deal for votes for one candidate or another, or one issue and another, as they barter back and forth to make the ultimate decisions on who will be their nominees. The end result is that we hope that all of our students are better acquainted with issues and the political process. And certainly, we hope that those students who are either 18 years of age at the present time or soon to be 18 years of age this year will be stimulated to register and to vote in either the primary or in the general election in November. We'll be doing an entire voter registration campaign here at North Penn High School next week as a follow-up to this convention, as we hope to energize our students in the political process. I hope you enjoy what you are about to see today and throughout the convention process. Thank you for watching.
Thank you, Mr. Finnemeyer, once again for that interview. We're going to send it over to Ashish and Maureen, who have Mr. Brumbaugh with them.
Welcome back. I have Mr. Brumbaugh, government AP teacher at the senior high school here. We spoke with you yesterday about what your feelings were prior to the formation of the final plank and the election of the selection of Colin Powell as Republican nominee for the President of the United States. There have been numerous events that have gone on since that time, yesterday morning. What are your views on that? I mean, just to look back at what happened, I mean, do you have any comments at all?
Well, I think it sort of reflected some of the unexpected happenings at normal conventions. I told you guys about the '68 convention and
Yes,
Abby Hoffman and Mayor Daley, and so this isn't too far out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah.
It's right on track
Definitely.
with reality. Yeah.
May not seem it, but it is. Now, as far as yesterday and today are concerned, and I guess the activity and the energy level, you can say, of the students, how do you think that they compare?
I think they're still hanging in there, just like any other political event. It tends to wear you out after a while, all the emotion, trying to wheel and deal for your candidates, and I think they're starting to feel the effects of the very, emotional and volatile environment, but we're working right now on selecting the vice president, and Colin Powell is the nominee.
Definitely.
Great.
Previously this morning we had some of the campaign managers, some of the delegates in, and we had asked them who they felt were the front runners for the Republican nomination, and most of them had said Powell. Now, for the vice president, this is just a whole new ballgame. Who do you see as being on the floor as somebody who may gain the nomination?
Well, to tell you the truth, I don't know. I was in the delegate chair's caucus a little while ago before I came in here, and they had submitted names to Brian for review, and I wasn't privy to the names that they had submitted, so I couldn't tell you. But I'm sure some of the front runners from the presidential race will probably be there, and perhaps a few unexpected people as well.
Now, since this is the last day of the convention, do you think that there's going to be any kind of sorrow at the end of the day, that the whole thing's going to be over?
Yeah, I think they'll be a little saddened by the fact that it's come to an end, and they were just starting to really get into it. But that's the way it happens at every convention.
Yes.
Thank you very much for being here with us today, Mr. Ball. And now we're going to send you back to Trish and Joel in the newsroom.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, Mr. Brumbaugh joining us again for our second day of coverage. Shisha Marine, we are going to go back to the convention floor right now. Asher and Justin.
Back to the floor.
We're down here on the floor where the nominations for the vice president are continuing even as we speak. So far we have over 15 nominees, and I'll go through them very quickly for you. Christine Todd Whitman, Donna Mengel from the local school board here, Dr. Juan Arbonne, who, if you tuned in yesterday, you know is the governor of Pennsylvania, Richard Roundtree, Cal Ripken, Robert Reiter, a teacher at Penndale, Jack Kemp, Sonny Bono, congressman from California, formerly of Sonny and Cher, Rick Santorum, H. James Finnemeyer, Mr. Watton, Norman Schwarzkopf, Dennis Miller, Joe Bryant, George Pataki, and Cheech. Now we go back to the floor to see what else is happening.
The list continues.
Mr. Spencer Williams from Arkansas wishes to place a nomination.
Even though this individual is suffering from multiple sclerosis, I'd like to nominate Richard Pryor.
Mr. Brian Fabick from Michigan wishes to place a nomination.
I'd like to nominate Mr. Michael Horace for the office of Vice President.
I'll second that! Mr. Duran Brown from Michigan wishes to place a nomination.
In Michigan, we have a local star that was born there. And we'd just like to justify our love for the United States of America by nominating the material girl herself to vogue us into the 21st century. Madonna for Vice President of the United States. I second it. I triple it. I third.
All right. Now go to your 5-minute caucuses among your states to decide what you want to do.
The states are now going into short 5-minute caucuses to go over the long, long list of nominees.
Yes, we counted almost 20 nominees for vice president. It'll be interesting to see what these states do. Mr. Finnemeyer reminded them at the beginning to coalesce around a specific candidate so that the nominating, the balloting can go more smoothly, and hopefully on the first round, a vice president can be picked who can work well with Colin Powell.
Yes.
I thought it was rather interesting that General Schwarzkopf was nominated.
Yeah, and also, some delegation leaders are nominating certain persons and calling on the candidates to send a message to the Republican Party by voting for certain persons that are not really in politics or possibly television or sports personalities, to vote for them to send a message to the Republican Party that there really isn't anybody.
Yes.
That's been the view here some days. It's very moderate convention, and they're not really liking the choices that they have. And by possibly electing someone, and already sent a message by electing Colin Powell, and as a very moderate message. Now they want by possibly electing for vice president somebody not in a part of the political arena, so to speak, would be also sending a message. And not a lot of people with political experience. Some local people, some.
Yes, the list, interestingly enough, contains very few people from the presidential nomination.
Yes, only Jack Kemp, I believe, and Christine Todd Whitman.
And Cal Ripken, you mustn't forget.
Cal Ripken Jr.
Other than that, these are all new names.
Yeah, also Richard Roundtree, otherwise known as Shaft, John Shaft. You saw Aaron Skoglund. He nominated him and called on the delegates to send a message by nominating John Shaft as vice president. Also, Mr. Watton, Mr. Finnemeyer, some teachers here, Mr. Robert Reiter from the junior high, now at Penndale here at North Penn. I know he knows a lot on the subject of politics.
Yes, indeed. Mr. Reiter's always been one to get involved. Mm-hmm. And now back to Joel and Trish.
Seems that maybe the vice presidential race may be more interesting than the presidential race.
Yes, highlights in the names there.
Yep. But let's see, we're going to head over to Kim Warner, who has a package for us about the compatibility of the platform and the candidates. Kim?
Second day of convention coverage, delegates are now trying to decide which candidate they're going to endorse. The question is, will their issues that they stand for be compatible with the platform that we as North Penn students have agreed upon?
Tennessee, we're from Tennessee, and Tennessee is all voting for Lamar except one person, Alexander Lamar. He fits everything that we're trying to fix, and such as the budget. For Tennessee, for the past 8 years, he balanced the budget. He also wants equal rights with everyone, which is most important. He wants equality, not people to have special rights because of their race or their color or their religion or anything else. Just everyone have equal rights. He's just what we're for. He's better than all the people that are on there, like Quayle, who doesn't believe in single mothers, or Buchanan, who thinks Hitler was a good leader. You know, we want someone who's going to be there for the people like us, and that's why we're voting for Lamar.
I support Robert Dole because he agrees on education, he's for big businesses, and he's for conservation, and I think that's what we need as a president.
There is definitely time for change. She's low taxes, education, and, and she's a good person, I think. She's proven herself with New Jersey, so, maybe she can do good with the rest of the United States. So, vote for Portman.
As you can see, everybody has varying opinions on candidates' positions. The question is, who will win? Stay tuned to decide. I'm Kim Warner from North Penn Television.
Kim Warner on the compatibility of the candidates in the platform that North Penn High School has created for the Republicans.
And now we have some fast facts for you, some convention terms we're going to go through for you and keep this educational. First one is acceptance speech. An acceptance speech will be given by a campaign manager for the winning presidential candidate at the conclusion of the convention, so we're still awaiting that.
And the favorite son candidate. In order to hold the delegation together in a block prior to the first ballot, a delegation may support and vote for a favorite leading Republican governor or senator. As nominating Dr. Bond for Vice President of the United States.
Letter to the candidate. A letter prepared by the convention steering committee in order to informing the real candidate of the convention, and the decision will be read at the end of the convention. So that's still upcoming.
Order is the calling of the convention to order, which should bring general attention upon the chairperson to proceed with business. Order should be kept within delegations by the delegation chairperson.
Passing. If a delegation is not ready to vote during a roll call or for some reason does not wish to vote at the time they are called, they may pass and the chairman will recall them after other states have been called. I think that happened earlier today. We might have missed that.
And the platform, we have talked a lot about the platform, which is an accumulation of all stands taken by the party on all major issues facing the country. The nominee of the party should be able to endorse or at least be able to accept all major planks of the platform.
Poll the delegation. We did this one yesterday. If a member of the delegation believes that an inaccurate count has been announced that state's delegation chairman during a roll call vote, that member may request from the convention chair a poll of the delegation.
A straw vote. Many times in caucuses, the chairman will ask for a show of hands or a written ballot to see how many delegates favor a particular side of a platform issue or a particular candidate. This is a non-binding taken to gauge further discussions.
Hope you're all paying attention here. There's going to be a quiz later. Take notes. Acceptance speech. An acceptance speech will be given by a campaign manager for the winning presidential. We did this one already. I feel like a broken record. I think that's all of our fast facts. What do you think, Joel?
We haven't said uncommitted.
Oh, there we go.
Which is up until the first ballot is called for, individual delegates or an entire delegation may announce that they are not committed to any candidate, forcing a candidate's campaign manager to earn those votes.
All right, vice presidential nomination, that's what we're in the process of doing right now. The nomination for vice president is a major bargaining chip for the delegate votes and is often a major compromise. Favorite sons may gain this by releasing their delegation at the right time.
Boy, does the novelty of convention fast facts really wear off soon. Let's go down to Hashish and Maureen in Studio B.
Thank you very much, Trish and Joel. With us now, we have Valerie Sutton, who was also here with us yesterday, and as you can tell, looks a little bit different now, more almost relaxed. Val, how are you feeling? She was the representative for Dole.
First of all, I just wanted to give my condolences. I truly am. I feel for you. I know how it is. You got pretty much shellacked, but you know.
I don't think you need to rub it in.
I just wanted to know my support for her was here. That's
well, it doesn't really bother me because this was a mock convention, and I always kept that in mind because, Dole is still the front runner. Undoubtedly, so
definitely
he's definitely going to be in there for the real thing, and that's what really matters. Actually,
that's good.
This was a lot of fun, but I'm tired now.
Now, do you think there's any chance of him coming up as vice presidential?
No, I threw all of my support over to H. James Finnemeyer.
Okay.
Oh, so do you see him? Is this?
I think he's got a good chance.
Yeah,
I really do. Hey, with the 3 or 4 Dole votes that he'll be getting now.
Oh, you never know. He might sway the whole delegation.
I don't know. I gave some support to Kemp too. I'm not really sure where it's going to go. I'm really not.
And before we switched on to here, as we were watching in the studio here, we saw Madonna, Dr. Juan Arbonne was nominated. Is this how it seems to be going?
I think Juan is a good idea, but I think people are getting tired.
Getting a little bit crazy.
They just want to give it up.
Okay, thanks again, Valerie, for being here. Once my condolences. Back to Joel and Trish in the studio. Thank you again.
Hello. I think we're sending it down to the floor where Asher and Jesse are in the middle of still probably the vice presidential nominating and balloting. Jesse and Asher.
And we're back here on the floor where voting has just begun on the vice presidential nominee. Already, even with the first ballot, the vote has been widely split with several votes going to Richard Roundtree, several to Mr. Finnemeyer, some to Sonny Bono. Let's go right to the floor and listen to what's happening.
8 for Mr. Finnemeyer, 1 for Cheeks, 8 for Richard Pryor, and 5 for Madonna. Eight for Pryor, 5 for Madonna, 8 for Shaft, H for Finnemeyer, 2 for Santorum, 1 for Bono, and 1 for Cheek. Alaska cast 16 votes.
We, the Eskimos of Alaska, would like to cast all votes for Schwarzkopf.
16 for Schwarzkopf. American Samoa cast 2 votes.
American Samoa, home of Charlie DeTuna, cast 2 votes for Christine Todd Whitman.
2 for Whitman. Arizona cast 32 votes.
Arizona cast 32 votes, 3 for Mr. Finnemeyer, 18 for Cal Ripken Jr., 7 for Mr. Brumbaugh, 1 for Whitman, 1 for Madonna, 1 for Richard Dean Anderson, and 1 for Bono.
Can you please repeat that one more time?
3 for Mr. Finnemeyer, 18 for Cal Ripken Jr., 7 for Mr. Brumbaugh, 1 for Whitman, 1 for Madonna, 1 for Richard Dean Anderson, MacGyver, 1 for Sonny Bono.
3 for Finnemeyer, 18 for Ripken, 7 for Brumbaugh, 1 for Anderson, 1 for Whitman, 1 for Madonna, and 1 for Bono. Arkansas casts 14 votes.
State of Arkansas voted on 7 for Dr. Bowen and 7 for Richard Pryor.
Bond and 7 for Brumbaugh. Pryor, sorry. California cast 132 votes.
California gives Mr. Finnemeyer 105 votes.
Shaft 4, Bono 1, Ryder 2, Bill Nye the Science Guy 1.
I'm sorry, but you have to say that a little bit slower.
Ryder 2, Shaft 4, Bono 1, Bill Nye the Science Guy 1,
Rick Santorum 19.
Finnemeyer 105, Shaft 4, Ryder 2, Bono 1, Nye 1, and Santorum 19.
That's correct.
Colorado cast 23 votes.
People of Colorado voted for 23 votes, 2 for Shaft, and 21 for Dr. Bowen.
21 for Bond, 2 for Shaft. Connecticut cast 21 votes.
Connecticut cast 13 for Kemp and 8 for Madonna.
13 for Kemp and 8 for Bono. District of Columbia casts 11 votes.
11 for Shaft.
11 for Shaft. Delaware casts 8 votes.
Delaware casts 1 for Mr. Finnemeyer, 1 for Kemp, 1 for Ripken, 1 for Santorum, and 4 for Christy Whitman.
1 for Finnemeyer, 1 for Kemp, 1 for Ripken, 1 for Santorum, and 4 for Whitman. Florida cast 73 votes.
Florida cast 23 for Christy Whitman, 38 for Dr. Bond, 4 for Shaft, 4 for Mr. Watton, 2 for Cheech, and 2 for Madonna.
Can you please repeat that slower?
23 for Christy Whitman, 38 for Dr. Bond, 4 for Shaft, 4 for Watton, 2 for Cheech, and 2 for Madonna.
23 for Whitman, 38 for Bond, 4 for Shaft, 4 for Watton, 2 for Cheech, and 2 for Madonna. Georgia cast 33 votes.
Georgia, the land of millions of peaches, cast 2 votes for Dr. Bond, 1 vote for Mr. Finnemeyer, 18 votes for Jack Kemp, 1 vote for Cal Ripken, 1 vote for Madonna, and 10 votes for Christine Todd Whitman.
2 for Bond.
Back in the studio. Back in the studio, Joel Brown doing the solo thing right now. Traditional break. We're going to step it over to Studio B. Ashish and Maureen have Phil Bednar, one of the Sergeant of Arms at today's convention.
Welcome back again. This is Phil Bednar, Sergeant at Arms. It seems like a pretty official title, especially what's been happening yesterday and today with the 2 outbursts. Can you comment on that? I want to compliment you. Very prompt action in quamming the coup d'etat that was planning to happen. Comment on that. How was that?
Well, the first outburst that was yesterday. It really was just a matter of one delegate kind of getting out of hand and monopolizing the time of all the people that were there. So as it is our job to keep it all flowing and kind of secure the whole convention, all that we really tried to do was let him relieve the mic and regain control of it, which we did in a matter of probably a minute or so. I really didn't have time because.
How about today? What happened today with the earlier uprising and then with Brian?
As far as I know, what happened was we had about 3 or 4 individuals coming from the backstage, jumping through the curtains and trying to form, I guess it would be fake, not assassination. I believe it was a fake attempt at kidnapping of Brian Questad. And as you probably have seen, it was pretty much subdued before it really got off its feet. But otherwise, everything has been pretty much normal, and it's our job to keep it secure, and that's what we did in both instances.
Yeah, Maureen was commenting on that earlier.
Yeah, I think that you've done a great job. And my question is, did you expect to have any of this action at all, or did you just kind of expect to just kind of watch over things and make sure they were okay? Did you expect any of this?
Deep down inside, probably yes. I was kind of looking forward, to an occasion that someone would actually try to do that, but I wasn't sure if anyone was serious about it because there were penalties imposed on people that would try anything like that. So I really wasn't sure if people were willing to risk that kind of thing. But I'd assume it really wasn't a serious kind of deal to, disrupt the convention. It just was an attempt to kind of have fun with it, because sitting in the auditorium for 6 hours can kind of get boring after a little while. So.
And my plaudits and congratulations again. I'm sure the whole North Penn community, along with the population of the school, goes at you for keeping everything seemingly orderly. And we'll send it back to Joel and Trish. Again with us, Sergeant at Arms Phil Bednar. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
The trials and tribulations of a Sergeant at Arms. Back to the convention floor.
Kansas cast 24 votes.
Kansas votes 1 for Mr. Finnemeyer, 12 for Whitman, 1 for Cal Ripken, 4 for Shaft, 4 for Mike Haas, and 2 for Sonny Bono.
Excuse me, can you repeat the last one?
2 for Sonny Bono.
As you can see, the voting has been very widespread. Perhaps the greatest amount of consensus has come for Mr. Finnemeyer and Dr. Bond of Pennsylvania.
Mr. Finnemeyer got most of his votes from the Californian delegation. They gave him over 100 votes.
Yes.
12 for Whitman.
And right now, it doesn't look like there's going to be a winner on the first ballot. You can see down there at the other how so many other candidates have been receiving 2 votes here, 3 votes there, 5 votes elsewhere. So we have to see where this is going to go. Let's go down to the floor.
9 for Whitman and 1 for Bond.
From Iowa?
Yeah. Did you get it?
Yes.
election, it's 10 for Shaft, 9 for Whitman, and 1 for Bond. Kentucky cast 21 votes.
First, I want to say that Shaft is not a joke. We got to represent and send a message. But Kentucky's going 21 all the way with Shaft.
21 for Shaft. Louisiana cast 24 votes.
Louisiana cast all 24 to Madonna.
24 for Madonna. Maine casts 18 votes.
Beautiful slate of Maine.
One would think that after this first ballot, perhaps the entertainment industry supporters would rally together behind one entertainer who they will send to the vice presidency.
Yes, and there's also the possibility that if nominated, personalities such as Dr. Bond or Mr. Finnemeyer, who are both in attendance, might decline the nomination.
Very likely. I understand Mr. Finnemeyer is very busy with his teaching.
Yes.
And a wonderful teacher he is. I've had him myself, and I wouldn't trade him for the world.
You wouldn't trade him for Shaft.
Wouldn't trade him for Shaft.
1 for Whitman, 26 for Finnemeyer.
Mr. Finnemeyer once again got a large vote there.
Massachusetts cast 35 votes.
I would first like to say, as Massachusetts nominated Bob Dole, that all of Bob Dole's support is now going to Mr. H. James Finnemeyer, our next vice president. Our votes are 11 for Finnemeyer, 5 for Whitman, 4 for Kemp, 4 for Bill Nye.
We have 7 for Cal Ripken, and that's it. Yeah. 4 for MacGyver. The scientific genius and ingenuity of this man is amazing.
The delegates here seem to be rejecting an all-military platform, as General Norman Schwarzkopf has not been receiving the possible support that that the promise of a all-military ticket might bring.
No, he started off good with an original 16 votes going to him very quickly, but since then has petered off.
Yes.
And fallen away to the Hollywood industry's attempt to move into politics.
Perhaps his name is too long.
Perhaps.
Excuse me, can you please repeat that one more time?
22 for Whitman, 1 for Bond, 1 for Pryor, 3 for Haas, 19 for Madonna.
22 for Whitman, 1 for Bond, 1 for Pryor, 3 for Haas, and 19 for Madonna.
Yes.
Minnesota cast 26 votes.
Minnesota has 7 for Whitman, 11 for Bond, 4 for Finnemeyer, and 4 for Shaft.
7 for Whitman, 11 for Bond, 4 for Finnemeyer, and 4 for Shaft. Mississippi cast 24 votes.
Mississippi cast 2 votes for Madonna and 22 for Rick Santorum.
2 for Madonna, 22 for Santorum. Missouri cast 28 votes.
Louise, represent Missouri, has 26 for Chrissy Todd Whitman and 2 for Shaft.
26 for Whitman, 2 for Shaft. Montana cast 8 votes.
Montana cast 1 for Vaughn, 1 for Bono, 1 for Cheech, 1 for Finnemeyer, 1 for Madonna, 1 for Ripken, 1 for Shaft, and 1 for Whitman.
One for Bond, 1 for Bono, 1 for Cheech, 1 for Finnemeyer, 1 for Madonna, 1 for Ripken, 1 for Schacht, 1 for Whitman. We're going to pause right now just to see the subtotal.
And as you can see, Whitman is catching up on Mr. Finnemeyer, but there's still over 200 votes going to other candidates.
Yes, and they're into the N's, the N and M states, and that doesn't. They're just about halfway through, and no candidate has broken 100 except the 200, making up all of those other candidates, such as Dennis Miller and Jack Kemp and Sonny Bono. One wouldn't think Sonny Bono, being from Sonny and Cher, would have any political experience, but he is one of the few candidates with congressional experience. Congressman from California, former mayor of Palm Springs, I believe. But they're checking the subtotals again. It's a local vote here. Only Dr. Bond, Mr. Finnemeyer, and Christy Todd Whitman possess over 100 votes by themselves.
And one has to wonder what will happen if these ballots continue going the way they are. It is almost 2 o'clock, and that is when the balloting is scheduled to come to a close. One has to wonder what will happen in lieu of not having a vice presidential nominee by the afternoon.
I'm sure there's a rule built in somewhere, and we might see that being used. Possibly Chairman Questad might nominate at his discretion, or possibly now, maybe even into this vote, some candidates might drop out and cast their support for another one. The way it is looking, it does not look like we will have anyone that is a true possibility for the real presidential or vice presidential nomination, except for Christine Todd Whitman.
And now we're going to take you back up to the studio.
Hi, we're back, and we're going to go to Jody Rogers' package on the flavor of the convention. Jody?
Hi, I'm Jody Rogers, outside of the North Penn High School auditorium. The auditorium has been filled with red, white, and blue streamers, balloons, campaign posters. Each delegation dressed up as their state. What state do you represent?
I think I am Hawaii.
And what made you decide on all this garb?
Why should I be boring when I can be exciting?
I am Massachusetts. Can't you tell the tea bags? Tea party?
Representing the Boston Tea Party?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. And the balloon has what relevance?
Oh, it's just for unity, for state unity. Yesterday we had clackers and noisemakers. Today we have hats.
How do you feel about the look of the convention inside the auditorium with the streamers and the balloons and stuff?
It's very real. From what I've seen on television of real conventions, it is very realistic. It helps you get into the mood for the convention and to really get excited about it.
I think it feels like a real convention, although I've never been to a real convention, so I really don't know. But I've seen them on TV, and I think it's pretty close. I mean, we're not as serious as they are, but I think we're as strong-minded as they are.
What state are you representing?
I represent the great state of Arizona.
And how did you decide on what to wear, and how are you doing this outfit? Are you representing your state in a certain way, or?
Well, I decided that Arizona has a warm climate, so I wore light clothes, and I have an Arizona shirt here and sunglasses and this cowboy hat because that's how I feel Arizona would be good represented.
A lot of work has been done to make the simulated convention look similar to an actual one, and it all paid off. For North Penn, I'm Jody Rogers.
What's the flavor of the Republican National Convention, Jody Rogers, with the package there? I think we should go back to the floor now with vice presidential nominations. Anybody sitting in the balcony? John Shaft. Back to the convention floor.
Lose it.
Here at the floor where Christine Todd Whitman is having increased support as the voting continues.
Mr. Finnemeyer, however, has broken 200. And there you hear
45
Shaft
votes.
getting a rousing
Shaft.
support.
He will break 100 votes with that.
Mr. Fennemeyer still in the lead, but one has to wonder, will he take the nomination? I have heard that he will probably decline.
That sounds like a possibility, but who will he give his support to, though?
That is
Because
the question.
He has the majority, well, not a true majority, but he has most of the supporters as the voting goes, and if he and Dr. Bond do decline any type of nomination, and if it does come to a second ballot, then I believe that whoever they support will probably be the vice presidential nominee.
As you just saw, Whitman, however, has taken the lead. Perhaps Mr. Fennemeyer will throw his support her way and give her the votes that she needs in order to clinch the vice presidential nomination. Let's listen to what's happening.
4 for Bond, 31 for Shaft, 1 for Kemp, 2 for Fennemeyer, 1 for Miller, 2 for Nye, and 1 for Pryor. Oklahoma cast 29 votes.
We the state of road running, nature loving, tornado river state of Oklahoma, vote 22 Whitman, 5 Shaft, 1 Fennemeyer, 1 Joe Bryant.
Excuse me, can you repeat the last person?
1 Bryant.
Say it louder.
1 Bryant. Hello.
For Whitman, 5 for Oss. 1 Shaft, sorry. 5 for Shaft, 1 for Fennemeyer, and 1 for Bryant.
If you talk right into the microphone, we would hear you the first time.
Joe Bryant.
Oregon cast 15 votes.
1 for Shaft, 2 for Juan Juan, and 12 for Madonna.
1 for Shaft, 2 for Bond, and 12 for Madonna. Pennsylvania cast 54 votes.
Pennsylvania, a far better state than Maryland or any other one at this convention, passes 2 for H. James Fennemeyer, 5 for Sonny Bono, and 43 for Governor Christie Whitman.
All right, look, we'd like to make a correction for Oregon. It's 2 for Shaft.
Excuse me?
Oregon is 2 for Shaft.
2 for Fennemeyer, 7 for Bono, 43 for Whitman, and 2 for Shaft.
Sine Lynn is in charge
2 for Fennemeyer, 5 for Bono, and 43
writing down
for Whitman.
where the ballots are going. And she's been doing a very good job both today and yesterday.
Very difficult job for her to do because of the acoustics in this room and all the other noise that's going on. It is it's a very difficult job.
And just the sheer number of candidates that are getting named and the numbers, she's doing a wonderful job. And all of the talliers are really keeping up on the toes and helping this run smoothly.
Christy Todd Whitman has broken 300 now.
2 for Bond, 1 for Bono, 4 for Madonna, and 4 for Whitman.
I'd like to make a correction for New York. I'd like to make a correction for New York. 72 for Whitman, 3 for Fennemeyer, 1 for Schwarzkopf, and 1 for Nye.
For Whitman, 3 for Fennemeyer, 3 for Schwarzkopf, and 1 for Finnemeyer. That was a correction for New York.
That is correct.
Rhode Island cast 12 votes.
All 12 for Sonny Bono.
South Carolina cast 23 votes.
South Carolina has 12 for Christy Whitman, 6 for Shaft, and 5 for Cal Ripken.
12 for Whitman, 6 for Shaft, 5 for Ripken.
Montana would like to make a correction. All 8 to Shaft.
There's a correction for Montana. All the votes go to Shaft. South Dakota cast 14 votes.
South Dakota, 7 for Dr. Bond, 7 for Mr. Finnemeyer.
7 for Bond, 7 for Finnemeyer. Tennessee cast 29 votes.
Tennessee cast 29 votes for Governor Whitman.
29 for Whitman.
A correction for Oregon. All 15 for Shaft.
Correction for Oregon. All the votes.
Duran, aren't you from Michigan? Yeah, but I'm speaking for a friend. We need somebody from Oregon to get up and tell us what's from there.
All 15 for Shaft.
There's a correction for Oregon. All 15 votes go to Shaft.
Thanks a lot. We'd ask that you please stop it with the corrections and do it right the first time.
Tennessee cast 29 votes. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Texas cast 91 votes.
4 for Christy Tyler Whitman, 12 for Shaft, 2 for Riker, 34 for Kemp, 2 for Dennis Miller, 27 for Finnemeyer, 1 for Watt, 1 for Cheech, 5 for Bill Nye the Science Guy, 5 for Madonna.
Excuse me, but can you please repeat that? Slower.
4 for Christy Todd Whitman, 12 Shaft, 2 Ryder, 34 for Kemp, 2 Dennis Miller, 27 Finnemeyer, 1 Watt, 1 Cheech, 5 Bill Nye the Science Guy, 5 Madonna.
Excuse me, who did you give the 27 votes to?
Finnemeyer.
Then who did you give the 20? You said 27?
34 for Kemp, 20.
And as you can see, the voting is still very split up. Lots of corrections being made,
Yes,
interestingly enough.
At the last moment, many states, including Oregon and I believe Montana, changing at the last moment, throwing all their support for Richard Roundtree, John Shaft. It's interesting. The issue now is time. It does not look like there will be someone with a majority. No one can get 750 votes as of now, it looks. And but does the time permit for another caucus or another election?
We'll have to see.
Another polling.
But right now we're going to send it back to the floor, back up to the studio, I'm sorry, with Joel and Trish.
Up in the studio, as you can see, vice presidential nominations still going on. I'm surprised. Not a nomination for the first Lionel on the Jeffersons, actually, which was the funniest one. The original Lionel, did you see it? Not the one without the afro, and wasn't funny. So.
No, it's definitely looking as if we're going to have another vote.
Yeah,
still.
Christine Todd Whitman, I think, is leading.
Yes.
All the nominations right now.
Some of the real candidates, and we have John Kemp running, and Christine Todd Whitman, and Whitman's doing fairly well. We've still got a lot of votes going to others, such as Madonna and Bill Nye, the science guy.
Yes, science and voguing, actually, coming together for the 9-6.
Wow.
Mr. Finnemeyer, Dr. Bond also running close behind Christine Todd Whitman, and, of course, my candidate, John Shaft, doing very well. All of you watching down there in the auditorium, I think we're going to send it back to the convention floor, but first, there you go.
Give it up!
Back to the convention floor.
We're back here at the floor, where, as you can see, Whitman is still in the lead, even beating all the votes that are scattered among others.
California made an attempt to change their votes. They were not allowed to change. More confusion here.
What did she say? What?
Costa, Ben Costa. Do you remember how many times before that we said students couldn't run for this? What's that?
Yes.
Some contentions. The students are getting...
Washington cast 29 votes.
Washington cast all 29 for Whitman.
29 for Whitman. West Virginia cast 14 votes.
The Hick State of West Virginia cast 14 votes for Haas.
14 for Haas. Wisconsin cast 28 votes.
Wisconsin, home of the wood violet and largest cheese producer in the United States, would like to cast 1 vote for Mr. Finnemeyer, 1 vote for Jack Kemp, 3 votes for Dennis Miller, 5 votes for Bill Nye, 6 votes for Shaft, and 12 votes for Christine Whitman.
1 for Finnemeyer, 1 for Kemp, 3 for Miller, 5 for Nye, 6 for Shaft, and 12 for Whitman.
Madam Speaker, California has another question for you.
Yes?
California's changes all its votes to Shaft, 132.
Sorry, you can't do that. Wyoming cast 16 votes.
We're Wyoming, and we're the beef state. And I mean, hey, we'll slam your beef. We got 2 for Finnemeyer, 14 for Shaft. Just want to say, Wyoming, I love you, man. We ain't gonna get my beef, dude.
2 for Finnemeyer and 14 for Shaft. Thank you.
All right, we don't have any more time to run more ballots. and nobody got the 750 votes needed. So what we're going to do, since Christy Todd Whitman is leading at this point, I'm going to ask for a motion to nominate Christy Todd Whitman.
What did he say?
Chairman Questad has just recognized the fact that there's no time left to continue another nomination, even though no one has gotten a majority. But Chairman Questad has now asked for a motion that the leader at this time, Christine Todd Whitman, be nominated. And it's official. She has been nominated. And
here comes the vote. Rousing aye.
It's not a... We're wait. Chairman Questad just had a voice vote on whether she should be vice president or not.
All those in favor of Christy Todd Whitman as our vice president 1996, please stand at this time.
The standing vote is coming.
Chairman Questad just has a division now.
All those opposed, please stand.
And Whitman has won. Whitman has won the vice presidential nomination.
It seems like the decision has not pleased everybody, but the decision has been made. Though she did not get a majority, she has Christy Todd Whitman and Colin Powell will be running against Bill Clinton and Al Gore in 1996.
In a moment, Brian will come up to read you the letter that will be sent to General Powell, and you will have an opportunity to hear acceptance speeches by the Powell and Whitman campaigns. Rachel Kopp, please come to the stage. Rachel Kopp. People, please. We need to have your attention. One of the things we certainly hope, people please, we hope that you've learned some things about the political process. We hope that you had an opportunity to debate some of the critical issues. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Most importantly, we hope as you continue on here at North Penn High School and beyond, that you are very conscious of the difficult decisions that politicians do have to make, and that in your own way, whether you ever run for local office or state office or national office, whether you ever serve in any capacity, that one thing that you do is you voice your opinion, you register to vote, and you cast your vote for who you think can best represent you. Whether that is in a local election for school board or town councils, our governor or our congressman, our state legislature. One of the great things that is being said about the 18-year-old vote is you as an age group were given that vote about 25 years ago. The lowest voter turnout in the country is from your age level. Collectively, in this community, collectively among young people in this state and this nation, if you can energize yourselves as high school students and young 20-year-old students and young 20-year-old adults, you have the ability and you have the power, if you take the initiative, to make the types of changes that you believe need to be made here in the Lansdale area, in Pennsylvania, and the nation. You need to seize the opportunity to be involved, to speak out, and to cast your votes. Those of you who will be 18 years of age between here and November, those of you who will be 18 between here and the end of November,
will have the opportunity next week to register to vote. Your social studies teachers will work with you in that process if you would like to do that. Some of you will be eligible to vote in the primary a month from now, and some of the rest of you will be eligible in the near future. We hope you exercise that vote and exercise it wisely. Thank you very much for your participation. As Brian finishes with you, again, I implore you to help us today more than ever in seeing that the area around where you're seated is cleaned up. We have parents coming in here tonight and we do not have enough custodians to do a cleanup job. Take the trash with you. Please leave the signs here. We want to show our parents tonight what this atmosphere has looked like for 2 days, so please leave it intact. At this time, Brian will do what he has to do to conclude this convention.
We'll do a little wrap up.
I'd like to introduce Ms. Jessica Boyles, who will do the acceptance speech for Christine Cadway.
I'd like to thank everybody for voting for Christy Whitman. We had a great time. And on behalf of her, she accepts the nomination for Vice President of the United States. And together with Colin Powell, we can beat Bill Clinton and get him out of the White House. Thank you very much.
Now it's my pleasure to introduce Ms. Rachel Kopp to make the acceptance speech for Colin Powell.
On behalf of the Colin Powell campaign, I'd like to accept the nomination for President of the United States, and I'd like to thank everyone for their support. We'll see you in November.
Now I'd like to quickly read you the letter that we're going to be sending to Mr. Powell. Dear Mr. Powell, on behalf of the students of North Penn High School in Lansdale, Pennsylvania, we have written to you to offer you our nomination for President of the United States. You were chosen as our nominee at a model Republican National Party political convention on March 13th and 14th, 1996. Let us provide you with a brief background of the event. North Penn High School has 3 grade levels, 10th, 11th, and 12th. The average size of each class is approximately 800 students, with the entire student body numbering over 2,500. The school is located in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, and has a diverse student population. In 1990, the school was recognized as a National School of Excellence by the federal government. North Penn offers a variety of classes, and the relationship between students and staff is one of mutual respect. The program to model political party conventions coincides with presidential campaign years and is the creation of Mr. James Finnemeyer, a social studies teacher and director of student activities here at North Penn. The first convention was held in 1976, and the school has held one every 4 years, alternating between Democratic and Republican. We modeled the party convention as closely to the real convention as possible, as you can see on the attached copy of our convention schedule. To this end, several of our social studies classes drafted the party platform, which was debated, amended, and approved by the convention. A copy of this platform is also included with this letter. All juniors and seniors, a total of more than 1,600 students, participated in the event, which lasted for 2 full school days. During these 2 days, all classes for juniors and seniors were canceled so that the entire time could be spent holding the convention. It was quite an event and a true learning experience. As chairman of the convention, we would like to offer you the North Penn High School Simulated Republican Convention's nomination for president. We hope that you will accept. If you are not able to attend a ceremony at our high school to celebrate this acceptance, we would appreciate some other notification. Thank you for your time. We look forward to hearing from you in the near future. We wish you the best in your efforts to reshape America and make it a better place for all generations. Sincerely, Brian Westside and Christopher Christmas. I want to say thank you myself for your participation and cooperation throughout. I think we had a good time. I hope you did. This session is now adjourned.
That gavel bang, Chairman Questa has brought an end to this most exciting and thrilling convention here.
Very eventful 2 days.
Once again, according to North Penn students, it is Colin Powell and Christy Todd Whitman who will be heading into the race against Bill Clinton.
We saw a lot of things. A lot of people came out and did a great job. It's a wonderful security force. moderated a number of scuffles. We'd like to thank Brian Clementez, our director here.
Zach Siswick.
And Raymond Hopkins. This has been a very large production, took a lot of work, and a lot of people helped out. And North Penn has sent a message. The moderate message has been sent. Colin Powell and Christine Todd Whitman in 96. I think it's been an interesting bunch of days, and I've enjoyed working with you, Jesse.
I've enjoyed it too, Asher. And who knows what will happen?
Yes.
Perhaps Colin Powell will have second thoughts and will take this voice from North Penn and perhaps enter into the political arena yet again.
Who knows?
Who knows? Joel and Trish, back to you.
Thank you very much. Well, very, very exciting day. But before we conclude today's events, we have one last interview with Chris Cushman, who began yesterday as our temporary chairperson. Maureen and Ashish, please.
Thank you, Joel and Trish, for introducing us again. And like they said, this is Chris Cushman with us here today. He was the temporary chairperson for the whole entire convention.
Yes, Chris, just quick response. Yesterday and today, give you oversight. You were down there the whole time. What's your view?
It was a lot of fun. I think the kids had a lot of fun. Today was a little more chaotic with the airplanes going by, the balloons, but I think that the kids now understand what goes on backstage behind the political process, and I think they enjoyed it.
Thank you. Thank you you did a great job as temporary chair.
Thank you.
Maureen?
Thank you. One question I would have for you, Chris, is that do you think it was as much of an educational experience as that you had all hoped it would be?
Yeah, the main purpose of this was to get the 18-year-olds to go out and vote,
Mm-hmm.
so I think that this will go out, enforce them to go out and vote.
That's great.
Yeah.
Well, thank you again, Chris, for being here with us today. And
Thank
now
you.
we're going to send you back to Trish and Joel.
Hello.
Okay. Christine Todd Whitman and Colin Powell. That's your ticket for the 1996 Republican Mock Convention. Yes, it is, coming out of North Penn High School. Very exciting convention.
Very, very, very exciting. And we're going to get the numbers up for you in a minute to see how exactly they did. Oh, there they are. Okay. For Dr. Bond, we have 134 votes. Mr. Finnemeyer ended up with 278. Cal Ripken, the baseball great, has 34. Christy Todd Whitman had 411. Shaft had a 204. Sorry, Joel, on that one. And other 398. So obviously here what happened is, as you saw, was they asked for a vote, and they asked for a vote to see if they would accept the highest point getter as the vice presidential candidate. They asked for a voice vote, and it didn't turn out how they wanted it to. It's very indecisive, so they had them do the one stand and sit. And then that ended up with Christy Todd Whitman as our vice president.
It's travesty how Shaft was baited by the crowd, but
so sorry.
I do have respect for Christine Todd Whitman, and
that's nice. That's good.
I hope the ticket with her and Colin Powell works out right now. Studio B, no, not Studio B right now. Let's a little more.
Very exciting. I mean, this is they'll be sending those letters to them and asking them if they can come to visit our school and talk to us.
Yeah. Some highlights of the convention.
That's good.
Hashish and Mari in Studio B.
Some highlights for you guys. Do you guys have highlights?
Okay, and I think where we go
Thank
here.
you.
Joel.
Thank you.
Here we go. There we go.
Sorry about that. Highlights for the convention. I just think, like I had said before, I expressed this before, that the debating and all that we had going on, I was really impressed how people seemed to express their opinions. And
Definitely.
They didn't really, hold themselves back. They weren't real shy and set back. They really knew what they wanted to vote for, and they did that.
Exactly. I'm just absolutely enthralled and thrilled at how everything went off together. Everybody went into the roles, fought for what they believed in. This is democracy. This is what it's all about. Once again, I encourage you, if you're 18 or if you haven't registered to vote, go out and vote. Your voice counts. Don't ever believe that it won't. This is how you change America if you want to change. I'm just totally thrilled about it. And
don't vote for Shaft.
No Shaft. I'd just like to thank everybody who's been a part of this, the studio crew, the news reporters, all the correspondents. You've all done a great job, and it's been a pleasure working with you.
Yes. Thank you all very much, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Ashish, before you go,
Yes.
this Colin Powell and Christine Todd Whitman, Is this a mandate for change from North Penn High School?
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, this is a radical ticket here. This is the first time we've had an African-American nominee for the at any ticket. And also the first time, well, not the first time, Geraldine Ferraro did run as the vice presidential running mate, but never so overwhelming. And this is the voice of America here. This is the next generation, as Generation X, as everybody has said. This is what they want, and America must listen.
I was somewhat surprised to find out about that Christine Whitman had won, and I was
extremely, yes.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised just because of the fact that she's female. I don't know if she would be able to overcome that just within here. And she hasn't. I thought it was great.
Yes, it seems as the face of America is changing, and
it's time to change.
Yes, there's time for a change, and it seems there's a mandate here, as Joel has pointed out. There is a mandate, and we're going to have to see how it turns out. So, thanks again, Maury. It's been a pleasure working with you, and we'll send it back to Joel and Trish in the studio. Thank you once again.
Very, very educational the past 2 days. Very educational. Very educational experience. Very exciting. Learned a lot. Had a good experience here working with you, Joel.
Nice working with you too, Trish, even with your dismissal of my Shaft campaign.
So sorry. I really am.
All good. All good. So my highlights of the convention, starting yesterday with the Florida delegation walking out of the balcony after talks of the budget wouldn't go their way.
Didn't hear about that yesterday.
That was some excitement today. The sophomore revolution causing the Sergeant of Arms guys. We even saw our own basketball star Kevin Biagis just pounding on his own teammate David Hall, leading the sophomore revolution. So some surprising stuff also with the vice presidential nomination and the presidential nomination, all the controversy there. So some serious highlights, good and bad, coming out of this convention.
Yeah, but to get to the good stuff, we had all of our lovely platforms that we went over yesterday and voted on and passed, and that was really interesting debate yesterday. And today with the candidates, and we have come out with Christy Todd Whitman for our vice presidential nominee and Colin Powell for our presidential nominee. That's going to be about it for us. Thank you so much for watching our 2-day coverage of the 1996 Simulated Republican National Convention. For North Penn Television, I want to thank everyone. I'm Trish Williams.
And I am Joel Brown. Thank you for sticking around with us for the past 2 days live here on NPTV 16. Hey, maybe we'll see you again in 4 years. Colin Powell, Christine Whitman, up for re-election.
Thank you. Good night.